It's all a dream that has come true. I can't believe what I'm feeling. I can't keep my feet still. My way to the game, I couldn't even watch. I was so nervous about the outcome. And Butlerville's going crazy. East Jordan's going crazy. All I want to say is I love you all. I love everybody in Butlerville. I love everybody in East Jordan. I love everybody in Canada. Woo!
Rob Butler appeared as a pinch hitter last night.
Batter holds the bat out of pitching. The one thing that Schilling doesn't want to do with a hitter like Butler is throw off-speed pitches to him, overpower him. You try to overpower the smaller guys, 1 and 2.
He reached on a fielder's choice and scored last night. It is only a bat, and there's a base hit. Cañate streaking toward third, and he'll get there.
Just go ahead and smile, Rob.
Yeah, 20 years ago, I was a batting champ. Seems like it's a long time ago, which is funny, but I don't feel any different. Coming back here, it's brought back all those great feelings, and I'm young enough for, sometimes I think I might be able to get my own at bat in there here and there, but not that I will. I've always loved this league. When I was a kid, I followed the stats. I watched Bill Bykowski and Rick Johnson and a lot of those old guys that played for the Leafs, and they were my heroes growing up, so it's always an honor for me to wear a Leaf uniform and be a part of this.
So this week's guest is Rob Butler, as you may have seen by now, and he's had just an unbelievable baseball career, from being the batting champ in 2001 with the Toronto Maple Leafs, where he hit .488, to being an Olympian at age 18, where we kind of got to see him on the big stage and on the international stage, and how about winning a World Series with the Toronto Blue Jays in 1993 as well, maybe the best of them all. And I just love that interview in the Blue Jays locker room with Rod Black. We'll have some connections to the Maple Leafs as well. So without further ado, this is Leafs Weekly Episode 3, Butlerville. Rob, there's a lot of different ways I think I could take this interview, and you've had such a cool baseball career, but I thought maybe I would start right here. There's a place in Newfoundland called Butlerville, and I remember I was watching the World Series Game 5, and that was a big thing that the commentators were talking about. Can you kind of tell me about Butlerville, Newfoundland, and what that place means to you?
Yeah, Butlerville, Newfoundland, where my dad was born. His grandfather was, he believes, the first person there, which is why it's named Butlerville. His family definitely were the cornerstone of that area for sure, because when we used to go there as a kid, he had 14 siblings, and it's pretty much, that's all that was there, was just my dad's family, and his cousins, obviously. So definitely named after the family, and a fun place to go to, and a place where I'd come home and I'd tell my friends when I was a kid that I just came back from Butlerville, and they thought I was joking. I didn't think it was a real place. Like, oh, you just say that. And I'm like, no, there was actually a sign that says, "Welcome to Butlerville." So, and now it's on Google Maps. So there is proof that it exists and it is a real place. And for some reason, it became a bit of a story when I was playing in the World Series. I guess because it's, it's interesting. And I got a chance to get 2 at-bats in the World Series. And I got on base both times. And the announcers, I know they threw that in there. And, all of Newfoundland went kind of crazy for that, especially my family. My family were watching. And CBC went out there and did a big scoop on my family while I was playing. So the whole family was in the house watching.
They would like us to win a little more than they would last year. I want to bring that World Series ring home to them. So, yeah, my family is right into it, and they want the Blue Jays to win just like anyone else, and hoping that I get a ring.
And if the Blue Jays clinch the World Series.
And yeah, it was a pretty big deal, man. And I didn't know what was going on. Obviously, I was just, you don't hear the announcements when you're playing, and there's no cell phones then, so I didn't get the messages until I think I got home, right? I was like, oh wow, it was all on CBC, and my grandmother got on TV, so it was pretty exciting for them for sure.
So right before this episode, we've just watched a clip of you in the locker room for the Blue Jays after you've won the World Series. You're doing an interview with Rob Black, and you are as excited as any 23-year-old kid I think could possibly be. You can't stop moving your feet, as you point out in that interview. And I know that was just an unbelievable moment for you. Just kind of looking back on that now, like, how big a moment was that for you, just like in your life and in your baseball career as well?
Well, it was enormous. It was unbelievable, really. It was surreal that I was there. I grew up loving the Blue Jays. I mean, missed school to watch spring training games back in the day, and went to Exhibition Stadium and just fell in love with all those characters. You know, those were our Marvel superheroes, you know, for us as kids growing up in Toronto. You know, Lloyd Moseby and Barfield and Dave Steve and Tom Henke, and I mean, going on and on, Tony Fernandez. Like, you knew everybody, right? You knew everybody in the minor leagues. You knew everybody that was coming up. You knew the whole story of all the players in the Blue Jays. They were so good at just making you fall in love with them, you know, because they were so bad and then they became so good. So we all kind of in the 80s grew up with that, right? So it was a team that we all kind of like grew up with for sure. So for me, it was, you know, my dream to play for the Blue Jays. And, you know, luckily enough for me, you know, I was somehow I got it. knowing me and where I came from and how I grew up, you know, growing up in Maine, Danforth, and me and my brother basically, you know, a couple of poor kids living in Ontario housing, playing Burby every day. You know, if we found a baseball that we could use, you know, which we usually didn't, we usually had to climb on top of the school roofs to find tennis balls. You know, we were out there every day throwing to each other, playing wall ball, catching fly balls. I mean, we just loved baseball so much, right? It was so ingrained in us for some reason. My dad didn't play, my mom didn't play, but we just loved it, man. And, you know, maybe we were lucky that we didn't know the difference between, you know, having stuff and not having stuff, because we didn't have video games or anything like that. We had the outside, we had sunshine and schoolyards. So, you know, and we were surrounded by a good group of buddies, right? We had a lot of buddies who loved playing as well. And that's really how we got good at baseball. So, you know, for me to go play in the Olympics when I was only 18 years old, you know, I was still in grade 12 in high school, and, you know, I got to experience all these things. It all comes from that. It all comes from being a dirtbag kid out playing until I, you know, come home with my knees rubbed off, and, you know, me and Rich were wishing it didn't get dark because we wanted to keep playing. You know, those kind of things were always going on when we were kids. So it was special. It was unbelievable that I got to play for the Blue Jays. You know, '92. I was an A-ball only, but I watched the World Series at home. You know, I went to the parade to see it as a fan, right? Even though I was in the minor leagues and a part of the organization, I still was a fan, and going crazy for them. And then the very next year, be playing in the World Series it almost does seem surreal because it happened very fast. You know, I only played about 190 minor league games. I didn't play a lot of minor league games. They called me up pretty quickly, and it was tough. It was tough being from Toronto and playing for the Blue Jays. I wouldn't really wish it on anybody, or I would wish that they would get, you know, months of therapy before they tried it, because it's very distracting. And it's tough. Like, the major leagues is the hardest place to play baseball, and in that environment, playing on a team like the Blue Jays, which is countrywide, right, Newfoundland to Victoria, everybody loved Toronto. So it was more, you know, added a feeling that you had to play good all the time, and, you know, it was definitely difficult. So, but you know, when I got to the World Series, I got to play in the World Series. When I got on the roster, it was shocking, because now I was one of the best 25 in the whole world, right? And that's not easy to accomplish. That's not easy to achieve when you grew up poor. So, you know, it was very exciting. I mean, unbelievably exciting, to be honest. And, you know, Sato put me in the games, and he trusted me. I got a hit and scored a run in Game 4. You know, got a hit near the end of the game in Game 5, and gave us a chance to come back. And, you know, that was the beauty of that team. They trusted you no matter what. You know, you're the player with the least amount of experience. It was just like you had the most amount of experience. They put you in, and that's why we won. We were definitely a team united.
I know that the Blue Jays were not the only team in the Toronto area at the time, because the Maple Leafs were around as well. I know you had a dream, you and your brother Rich had a dream of playing for the Maple Leafs, and you did quite well, and now you're here coaching the team as well. But I want to go back to the very start of your career. You got to start out in Stratford, right? Playing for the Stratford Hillers. Can you tell that story of why you had to start there, and how your IBL career got started?
I had to play in Stratford because younger players weren't allowed to play for Toronto. If you were under 21 and you lived in Toronto, you weren't allowed to play, and that made Jack very mad. So I come out of the Olympics, and, you know, I had to go play for Stratford. They called me, and Dennis Schooley was the owner and manager of that team back then. Crazy man Schooley, great guy, great team, great little city. I loved playing there. I mean, I hate to admit it, but I drove there without. I used to drive there. My dad gave me the station wagon. I didn't have my license, and
I was wondering if you were going to tell that part as well.
That's an old man Danforth move. driving around with no license. But this was like 1988, 1990, it's different times, obviously. But yeah, no, I used to drive myself to the game, didn't have a license. My brother would come all the time. He's only 16, 17, loved it. We loved going to Stratford. And I did good. I played well there. I loved Stratford. You know, I hit a bunch of home runs, and Schooley really appreciated me driving from Toronto. But, you know, Jack was fuming mad. He wanted the rules changed. He didn't want guys like me. You know, I mean, ideally I wanted to play for Toronto, obviously, but I wasn't allowed to. So I had to go start my IBL career out in Stratford, playing for the Hillers. It was amazing.
I'm glad you brought up playing in the Olympics as well, because that was before you even played for the Maple Leafs. Like, crazy how that works out, right? 18-year-old Rob Butler is an Olympian playing for Canada. What kind of takeaways as a kid did you get from playing on an international stage like that? I mean, this is a stage that, since we haven't seen baseball in the Olympics in a while, that, I mean, almost nobody has really been in. So I'm just wondering, you know, what kind of experience was that for you?
Oh my God, it was unbelievable. It came out of nowhere as well. When I was 17, 1987, I was really trying to gear up to play in the junior national team, but I didn't get a chance to try out. And it really motivated me to just go hardcore, like strength training, running. My mom and dad were marathon runners. And, you know, I was really mad. I was pissed, right? That I didn't get a chance to play for Team Canada, because I always wanted to play for Team Canada. I've always wore, you know, I was a sporty, nerdy geek in school. I wore Olympic track pants, and I wore an Olympic logo on my sweaters and the coats I wore. Everything was Olympics. You would have thought I was 15 years old in the Olympics. I think I had more clothing than the Olympians did. So it was always like my dream to, you know, not even knowing what it was, but I wanted to be playing for Team Canada, right? So it was a huge motivator for me. I was at the gym every single day, not thinking of Olympics, just thinking of 18U Team Canada, right? I actually didn't even know there was an Olympic baseball team, which is funny. So when it came around for the tryouts, we went to South Dakota for 2 weeks. And so I made the junior national team, but that tournament wasn't until December in Australia. So that's where the Worlds were going to happen for the 18U. So when I was there, Jimmy Ridley, Bernie Beckman, Johnny Upham, they told me I was going to go and try out for the Olympic team. So this was in July, right? First week of July. So I called my parents and collect from Kitchener, and I was like, I'm from South Dakota, sorry. I'm not coming home. I'm going to Kitchener to try out for the Olympic team. And there's only 3 days left at camp. I didn't even know I didn't know any of this, right? I just kind of was like told, this is where you're going to be tomorrow. You're going to be in Kitchener for trying out for the Olympic team, and good luck. So I show up. And it's funny, like Matt Stairs is there, Peter Hoy is there, Greg O'Halloran, Warren Sockhew, Riel Cormier, like all these guys who play like high professional major leagues down the road were going to be on this team. And, you know, I had no idea. I was walking into a hornet's nest of guys who didn't want me on the team. I show up 18 years old, you know, got my white wristbands on. I used to always wear wristbands when I played back then. My dirty shoes, my high socks, and, you know, not really understanding where I was or who these guys were. And I didn't play well. The 3 days I was there for the tryout, we played against the St. Catharines Blue Jays. I made an error in the outfield. I struck out twice. We played at the Exhibition Stadium. Made another error. Things I normally wouldn't do. I was nervous, right? For the first time, I was actually really nervous about baseball. Like, I was never nervous like this, where it's out of control. I was at, like, my first sense of out of control, like, wow, I can't control myself, my emotions. So the team, I only learned this later on, right? And Stairsy was the guy who actually told me, he said, you know, Rod, the guys here don't like you. They don't want you on this team, because you being here means one of their buddies that, you know, qualified for the team and at the Pan Ams the year before is being sent home, got cut. And Mark Griffin, who was the center fielder, was going to move over to right field so I could play center field. So he was pissed. So it was like a very unaccepted thing. And Stairs is like, Rob, you got to play good, man. Like, you got to start playing good, or these guys are going to be like, this guy's too young, he's too immature, like, you can't, he's not good enough. So anyways, I did end up hitting a ball off the wall at Exhibition Stadium. So I did actually have one hit that kind of may have swayed them more to put me on the team. I think I'd already made the team, but didn't realize it because nobody told me that, right? So when we were in Kitchener and they were announcing they were bringing us into, I thought I was getting cut. I was like, there's no way they're taking me. I suck. So anyways, Ridley brings me in. He said, you know, we know you've had a couple, you know, rough days, blah, blah, blah. But when you're in South Dakota, you know, you're facing guys throwing 98, 99 miles an hour and hitting home runs. Like I hit like 500 and then South Dakota it was a tryout. But we're playing Team USA, Team Taiwan, and Team USA had Kiki Jones and all these guys on there throwing 95 plus, and I was hitting. So they knew I could do it, right? That was their sample that they were using. So they said, you're on the team and you're going to be the starting center fielder, so just relax and go play baseball. So that was a huge relief. But I'd never been away from home that long and that far. I'd never been to Europe. The first time I flew in an airplane was going to South Dakota. I'd never been on an airplane before. So, and I'd never really been away from home before. So it was going to be a whole summer of the Netherlands, Italy, Japan, and Korea. So it's going to be right from July till October. And I'd never done any of this. Nobody really took me under the wing and helped me and said, you know, what clothes to bring. And, you know, what, like, I was so unprepared. I didn't even bring toothpaste. Like, I didn't know what, like, it was crazy. Like how I was just thrown into this without anybody, you know, taking me under the wing and saying, you know, make sure you got clothes, make sure you got your washroom supplies, make sure you got da 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 da. I just thought it was kind of the same way as like South Dakota was. We all showered in the dorm, you know, everything was there provided. Like it was all, but it wasn't like that at all. You're basically living, you know, with a roommate and like a professional. Like you were on your own. And I didn't bring a bag. Like it was crazy. I only had my baseball stuff when I went to the Netherlands. I had to go and had to go shopping and buy a couple pairs of shorts. I think the only thing I brought was underwear and socks. It was crazy. And my aunt always has been supportive. My aunt Barb is my mom's sister, was incredible. My mom and dad had no money for this. Like they didn't know what they were panicking. They were like, "Oh my God, you're going to the Olympics! Like you're gonna have no money." And my aunt and uncle Phil, they gave me $1,500 in traveler's checks. I was at the airport and they showed up and they said, "We know you don't have a dime to your name. Here's $1,500. Make sure that you spend it wisely, but it'll cover for whatever, you know." And luckily that came in handy, man, because I didn't have clothing. I was like right out of it, man. Pimpled, dumb, left-handed, in Europe. Like,
Yeah,
it was crazy.
and
Anyways, I took what Matt Stairs told me to heart, and the first game we played in the Netherlands, and they love Canada there. Like the place was packed, 12,000 fans. People in Holland love Canadians, and I hit 2 home runs. And they gave me the silent treatment both times. It's funny. I came back. But anyways, after my second home run, I still remember Matt Stairs and Gregor Howland put their arms around me and said, "Well, you've proven yourself now. Now you can just be a good baseball player for the rest of the year, the rest of our tournaments." And, you know, when we went, man, I did well. I played, you know, I hit 300 at the World Championships as an 18. I was the youngest player in the world playing at that time. None of the other teams at 18-year-old. I was the only high school kid on any team. Playing against first-round draft picks from Team USA. The whole team was first-round draft picks. You know, Andy Bennis, Robin Ventura, Tino Martinez, Ben McDonald. I mean, I can go on and on and on. The team was stacked. Jim Abbott was there, and I got to experience, like, it was unbelievable. It was incredible what I got to experience that year as a kid, a very immature kid who didn't know his ass from his elbow. You know, it was an amazing time. And my teammate grew to like me more and accept me more, because these guys are all 21, a couple years of college. You know, I was only in high school. I couldn't really do anything with them. I couldn't party. I couldn't drink or anything like that. You know, they like to, you know, I had one of my roommates was 40 years old. He's older than my dad. So it was a very surreal time. Bob Bridges was 40 years old, older than my dad at that time. So it was crazy.
I mean, I think about all this experience you've had. There's lots of young players in the Maple Leafs that are 18 years old, you know, coming up a similar way that you did as well. So I'm kind of wondering about kind of the philosophy that you take to coaching and hitting. And just to give some context, I've heard you on CBC talking about the Blue Jays in 2015, and you said Ben Revere was your favorite hitter on that team, even though they were stacked with all of these great hitters. I've also heard you talk about Paul Molitor and Joe Carter and saying a lot of the home runs that they hit, they weren't even trying to hit home runs. It was just by accident that they ended up going out of the park. And then I look at the batting stance that you had when you played Major League Baseball. Man, it was unique, right? All crunched over, and just the way that you stood in the box. And I remember a conversation with you about that batting stance. I think it was a couple of years ago when we were in the Leafs dugout. And you said that batting stance was kind of a product of trying to get to the big leagues rather than how you naturally felt like you hit. When you think about, you know, kind of the philosophy that you give to some of these young hitters that are coming into the Maple Leafs, what kind of things, what kind of advice would you give them?
Well, especially this year. This year would be definitely more feedback on what I'm seeing. The first 2 years I kind of let the older senior guys play the way they like to play, and I feel that guys, coming up after, my generation of players, they kind of play the game more one-dimensional, trying to hit the ball deep and, striking out more. And, all the teams that I played on that won, we didn't do that, right? We had some home run hitters, but they weren't trying to hit home runs. They, they had to go opposite field. They did, right? Palmer's got 3,400 hits. These guys all got 2,000, 2,500 hits of that played on that team. And they weren't all home runs, right? So they all understood the way hitting should be, staying inside the ball, staying behind the ball, not trying to do too much. And I think there's going to be a lot more of that this year. The expectation is going to be a lot more of that. We kind of let it slide a little bit that, we're trying to hit the ball hard, but they're going to strike out more. And, that doesn't work. We've proven it doesn't work. We're battling for last place all last year. We didn't hit well with runners in scoring position. Guys didn't come up in clutch situations and do anything. There's games there where we went to extra innings and we didn't win, because the approach is off, the approach is wrong, right? So this year, the expectation is going to be much different. There is going to be more of a standard set where we want guys on base. We want guys, moving the ball around. We want more opposite field hitting with guys and runners, with guys in scoring position, because that's what all the guys in the majors say. The best RBI guys in the majors say, well, when I'm up there, if it's runners on second and third or runners on third with less than 2 out, I'm trying to hit the ball opposite field. If I happen to hit a home run, I happen to hit a home run. But my philosophy and my approach is to be shorter to the ball and use the whole field. But they're just so good that they adjust and react, and they can hit a home run, right? Our guys aren't good enough to do that, and they've proven they're not good enough to do that, right? There's no one in a team hitting 400 with 20 home runs. There's a lot of, we have very high strikeout totals, and as our hitters, we have to change that. And our pitching has to be better, right? Our pitching has to be more in attack mode, where you're using all your pitches, you're not trying to strike everybody out. Attacking a hitter doesn't mean you're trying to strike them out. It just means you're pitching smarter, you're keeping the ball down, you're changing speeds, right? You're trying to work ahead all the time. Our guys there was a sense that we should wait until the playoffs to play good. And I kept hearing this, and I was just baffled by that. I was like, that doesn't make sense. There's no logic to any of that when we almost didn't make the playoffs, right? So from day one, it has to be we're trying to win every single inning. It's just going to be different. There's going to be more aggressiveness from the coaching, I think, on the players to play better, until we find players that are willing to play the way we want them to play. I think there's, we went into this winter, me, Anant, Dustin Richardson now, and Brian Sewell, that, we will keep looking for players who are going to play the way we want them to play, the right way. We don't want guys to be about themselves and their own stats and, pumping their own horns and striking out with the bases loaded all the time. That's not the expectation anymore. We want to be in every game and play different. And if they're not, we're looking for players who will. There's going to be pressure this year. It's going to be different. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but there will be more pressure on the guys to play better, because the team needs to be the New York Yankees of the IBL, the team that everybody wants to play on, because we have a good culture, right? And the players want to be here. I found it almost weird that guys, we ask some guys to come and they won't come. They won't play in this, whatever it is. It could be the park. It could be some of the guys that are still here. And I'm just being totally truthful about it. It's bizarre. It should be the most sought after team. I can't wait for Toronto. When I was a kid, I couldn't wait to play for Toronto. I didn't even think of another team. I went to Stratford because I had no other options, but Toronto was a team I wanted to be on. And that's the way it's got to be. It's the way it should be. Everything has to be different. Everything has to be more aggressive, more fun to watch. And I don't know, that's just my take on the way it's supposed to be.
I'm looking forward to seeing.
Welcome to opening day. Welcome to Mother's Day, everybody. For all the mums who are here, just stand up for just a moment. Just 1 second. All the mums, please stand up. Okay, hang on. Now sit down. And everybody else, please stand up and give a big round of applause to the most important women in our lives, our moms. Go, mums, go. Thank you, Bushman. It has officially arrived. Happy opening day. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. My name is Rod Black, longtime broadcaster, part of this Maple Leafs family here. It's a Go Leafs Go day today. Not only in baseball, but later tonight, the other Maple Leafs are playing. So we'll get a chance to get home after today and hopefully have 2 wins in a row in Toronto today. I want to welcome the Kitchener Panthers who are here with us today. Let's hear it for the opposition. And as many of you know, today is a very special day, not only for moms and for women and females, but it's an historic day because for the first time in Canada, a female will be playing professional baseball and pitching for your Leafs. Incredible. Can't wait to watch Ayami Sato here today, and we have a lot of stuff before the game to talk about and to introduce some of our dignitaries and luminaries. We also have a very special young man who is with us with his mom from the Starlight Foundation, and his name is Izzy. Izzy, if you can come up with your mom. Here's Izzy. We have a special gift for you. Here's Mom. Good to see you, Izzy. We have something special for you. We got a baseball bat. There you are. Izzy, thank you for being. Why don't you give us a Go Leafs Go or something like that?
Go Leafs go!
Yeah, we got a baseball for you too. Thank you, Izzy. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Izzy. I'd also like to introduce several dignitaries who are going to come out for presentations today. I'd like to introduce Gerald McGrath, who's from the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center, who is with us today. If you can come forward. Let's also welcome, for the first time to Christie Pitts, Ayami Sato. Ayami Sato. Gerald is going to present an Asahi cap and a shirt to Sato-san. There you are, nice little gift. Let's hear it. Thank you again to the Japanese Canadian Cultural Center. Ayami, stay with us if you can. I know you have to pitch shortly. I'd also like to introduce Japanese Consul General Matsunaga. He will hand Ayami some flowers, is here, and is going to say a few words. Come on forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say a few words. Sato Ayami-san, welcome to Toronto and welcome back to Ontario. Since last year's final stage, we have been waiting for you since the excitement of the Thunder Bay during the final stage of the WSSG World Cup Women's Baseball last year, and now we are excited again. Thank you very much and welcome. And you once said, keep calm and be passionate. You've enthralled world's baseball lovers with that passion in calmness and also with your incredible fastball, as well as with your dizzying curveballs and your fortitude at exactly the right moment. And also, you have trailblazed the path for future generation female athletes. That's amazing. Amazing indeed. And so many of them, these young female athletes, girls, all over the world, including in Japan, in Canada, in the United States, in Mexico, Venezuela, China, and many other parts of the world are eagerly watching for you taking the mound today, and also they are all rooting for you, and we are very much excited about that. And many of them, I trust, are wanting to be like you. So again, thank you very much for coming back to Ontario. I wish you all the best, and please keep moving us and arousing excitement further and admiration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Thank you. Ayami, stay here again if you can. I also want to mention last year, Canada, for the first time ever, put a female into the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. She today is one of the coaches for the Toronto Blue Jays High A affiliate in Vancouver, and she might not be able to hear us, but I know Ayami has played against her, but she's also a great trailblazer, pioneer. Let's hear it for Ashley Stevenson, everybody, Canadian in the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. I'd like to introduce some of our sponsors who are here today, and if they could just step forward, let's hear it for Massage Addict, Wax On, James and Nicholas Lindsay from Krispy Kreme, Cameron, Hudson, and Kafe from Raymond James. We'd like to thank Mazda, of course. We'd also like to thank New Era, and I'd like to call upon Andrew Silva, who is going to provide a jersey to Ayami. Let's get all of the sponsors to come. Come on, Krispy Kreme, I need a donut. Come on. We all need donuts. Ayami, I'd say they can present you with a donut. You don't want to have a donut before you eat. After the game. After the game. Anyway, let's hear it for all of our sponsors. Oh, look at this. Something very North American for you. There you go, Krispy Kreme. Thank you. Awesome. Also here today, if he could step forward, please welcome the Intercounty Baseball League Commissioner, Ted Caldens is with us, everybody. There he is. And also the head of sport partnerships from our great friends at Canadian Tire. I'd like to call upon Ashley Curran to say a few words.
Perfect, right up on the mound. Hi, everyone. My name's Ashley. I lead the sport team at Canadian Tire, and we set our own historic moment a few years ago, becoming the first Canadian brand to make an equitable commitment to balance our sponsorship in sport to be men's and women's equally by 2026. And as a girl who grew up 10 minutes north of here playing baseball, I never thought I would ever see a world where women were playing professional. And so it's such an honor today to be here to help welcome Ayami Sato for making history. Thank you. Thank you to the leadership team at the Maple Leafs Baseball for helping set a new standard in our sport. And today it gives me great honor to present with you some gift cards to help you get settled into your new home. So thank you guys, everyone. This is more than a moment. This is a movement. Thank you all for coming out and being a part of it.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Canadian Tire. Ayami, you're going to love those cards. Get to that store. I'd like to also introduce Councillor Diane Sachs, who is with us. Diane, if you could step forward. Looking very colorful today, and I'd like to call upon Marty Bernholtz and Rob Godfrey, part of our ownership team with the Maple Leafs, to present a hat as well to Councillor.
All right, hello everybody. Okay, so we have a trailblazer here, but also this is the best place in the city to have our first female professional play today, because this is also the only place, I think, in all of Canada where the city councillor is female, the mayor is female, the MPP is female, and the MP is a female. This is a place for female leadership right here in Ward 11. And everybody's going to have such a good time today that you should come back next week, because not only is there going to be another great baseball game, but I'm having my community picnic, free food, free ice cream, free music. Come join us.
Thank you, Councilor. We'll be there. All right, please welcome your mayor of the greatest city in the world, Toronto, Ontario. Please welcome Mayor Olivia Chow.
Good afternoon. Wow, historic day today. Today, we witness the first woman to play professional baseball in the country. Wow. We proudly welcome Ayami Sato to Toronto. We love your skills, your determination, your discipline. We know that you have inspired thousands and thousands of women and young girls all around the world. And here we are. You get to inspire all of us right here at Christie Pitts. Woo! Yes. Now, Ayami is the winner of the 6 Women's Baseball World Cup titles with Japan, and owner, what I understand to be a wicked curveball. Yeah. And we're going to be able to witness it right here. And Ayami, I know your family, your friends, and teammates are proud of you in this historic day. And let me just add one thing. In the last year and a half, here we have new women hockey, basketball, soccer leagues. Yeah, perhaps we can dream of a professional woman baseball league. Wouldn't that be amazing? But I'm dreaming out loud. I hope you love Toronto as much as we do, and that you'll find this city full of people that are very diverse but love to come together, because that's who we are. And to all the players and the coaching staff and the entire Maple Leaf organization, congratulations on the start of another season. And I know the city will be loud and proud cheering you on. Go Maple Leaf. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow, everybody. We have 2 of the key members of our ownership team, CEO Keith Stein, Andreas Kloppenberg, who are here, are going to present the mayor with a special Toronto Maple Leafs commemorative hat. And I suppose we can get that signed by Ayami Sato, who's with us. So thank you again for coming down today. Now we're going to do the opening pitches before the anthems. And before we do that, we also sometimes forget about the most important people beyond our mothers and fathers, are the people who allow us to play baseball every single day and allow us to enjoy sports. Those members of our Canadian forces through the years who have sacrificed for many times. We'd like to thank the Color Guard and all of those who have served in the Canadian military today, the true heroes in our nation. Okay, it is time for the opening pitches. So, Mayor Olivia Chow, we're going to bring you up first. Then Councillor Diane Sachs. We got the IBL Commissioner, our Chairman Emeritus Ty Crawford, who's here. Do you want to throw 60 feet 6 inches, or do you want to go a little closer? All right. We're going to get somebody. Okay, next up after this is going to be Councillor Sachs, if you can. Look at that. Oh, there she is. All right, here comes the mayor, everybody. That's all right. You get a second chance of it. No, you don't need a second chance. You're the mayor. Yeah, you go as close as you want. It's your city. Look at that. It's a strike. Here comes your ball. Councillor Sachs, if you could come up. After her will be IBL Commissioner Ted Cowlins, then Chairman Emeritus Ty Crawford. Counselor, you can go where, oh, look at the counselor sitting back a little bit here. If we have a night game, we can see her. There you go. It's like a cricket pitch. IBL Commissioner Ted Cowlins, he's going 60 feet 6 inches. Then Ty Crawford is next, then Canadian Tire's Ashley Curran. Here comes the commissioner. Don't screw up. Oh, yeah, that's why he's the commissioner. Welcome a longtime member of this organization, Chairman Emeritus, guy who knows about baseball in so many ways, probably has forgotten more than anybody in this park. Let's hear it for Ty Crawford, everybody. Ashley Curran, if you could come up, throw your pitch. Chairman, thank you so much. Canadian Tire's Ashley Curran, then Mazda. If the Mazda representative is here, our Krispy Kreme representatives, they can throw a donut if they like. Well, you can go where you want, Ashley. You want to go? You're going there. I like that. Here she comes. Oh, ho, ho! There's a lot more to Canadian Tires than just tires. Wow, that was good. Anybody from Mazda? If Mazda's here, we can get them. Or Krispy Kreme, the Krispy Kreme dudes. Look at this. How old are you? 21, okay. You can pitch it then. And last but not least, we're going to get Izzy to come on up. Izzy, if you could come on up and throw a pitch for us. Pass the ball over. Come on, here's my buddy Izzy. Let's hear it for him, everybody. Here you go, Iz. Come up here, let's go. You want to go closer? There you are. I got it? You got it? Okay, pal. Izzy, 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 Izzy. Yes! Give me a hug, man. Oh, look at that. Izzy ever. All right, everybody. National Anthem starting lineup's coming. I want to shout out the Bushmen who are up there. Raymond James, could you come on up? Raymond James. There you are. There you are. We got one more. Raymond James. Folks from Raymond James, Cameron Hudson, Keith, Lauber. All right, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the day. Oh, Marty Bernholz. Okay, come on, Marty. We're going to get some more. Anybody else like to throw a pitch out? Come on, we got lots of pitches. We got to watch Ayami. Ayami, good luck today. Good luck to Ayami Sato, everybody. Thanks for coming. Enjoy a beautiful day. Enjoy the season. Welcome to opening day. Welcome to Mother's Day. Go, Leafs, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to Dominico Field for opening day baseball between your Toronto Maple Leafs and the visiting Kitchener Panthers. Here's the lineup for the visiting Kitchener Panthers, managed by Pete Kiefer. Batting first, the second baseman, number 8, Nicholas Kairos. Batting second, right fielder, number 67, Yosvani Panolver. Batting third, first baseman, number 88, Nick Parsons. Batting fourth, catcher, number 48, Junior Ibarra. Batting fifth, shortstop, number 6, Charlie Tower.
Go ahead. Well, how about some opening day baseball in the Intercounty Baseball League? Thomas West here alongside Zach Benoit, and man, it's been too long since we've had baseball here at Christie Pitts. And on Mother's Day, as tradition now, it's opening day. It's the Toronto Maple Leafs and Kitchener Panthers. Just before we get started, Ayami Sato on the mound. And I know this is something that's so exciting. There's people watching from just about everywhere in the world to see what's going to happen with the first female professional baseball player here in Canada. And, man, the hype's real, and this is going to be an exciting first inning.
Oh, and I mean, first and foremost, you can look at the crowd that has shown up here today. I mean, word spread like wildfire, Thomas. Everybody's here. Everybody is watching. It should be an exciting game. there's history, or herstory, I guess you should say, in the making today.
Sure, love it. Some more changes in the Toronto Maple Leafs organization. Dustin Richardson. He's in the front office now, and I talked with him before the season, and he had some good words on what it's like being the GM now when he still is a player for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He said it's tough because you got to make the tough decisions. It's a new era of Leafs baseball, and we made some changes, and I'm excited. He also talked about Sato and how exciting that's going to be, and just for Dustin Richardson, being the GM, being a player as well, man, there were some tough decisions he had to make in the front office because this is a different-looking Toronto Maple Leafs team this season.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of hype around the team, obviously with the signing of Sato, but they did a lot of moves in the offseason. This is a very different team than what we saw last year in that final game of the playoffs. This squad, a little bit younger, a little bit, has a little bit of more hype around them. It's very exciting, definitely, to see Dustin Richardson, like we said, switching into that new role, but it should be a fun year of Maple Leafs baseball.
You know what? While we're at it, let's take things in here. The opening ceremonies here at Christie Pitts underway. You can see the players running in. Trevor's on the PA. We'll listen in.
Reliever number 27, Eugene Lee. Reliever number 10, Chris Nagorski. Reliever number 36, Adam Mara. Reliever number 13, Josh Berenbaum. Reliever number 32, Jeremy Newton. Reliever number 38, Adam Jaffine. Reliever number 34, Merrick Deska. Reliever number 90, Taylor Lepard. Pitcher number 21, Sam Spencer. Pitcher number 24, Alex Karabian. Pitcher number 12, Nathan Kura. Pitcher number 37, Ethan Swaby. Outfielder number 26, please welcome Connor Lewis. Infielder number 99, Jeffrey Mejia. Utility man number 11, Zach Lampreya. Two-way threat pitcher and outfielder number 16, Greg Carrington. Pitcher and outfielder number 14, Ben Citareños. Infielder number 28, Spencer McKinnis. Infielder number 91, Keegan Martin. Infielder number 44, Marcus Kirksey. And now your starting lineup for your Maple Leafs. Batting first, the left fielder number 8, Ryan Dos Santos. Batting second, the third baseman number 2, Spencer Ross. Shortstop number 17, batting third, Rando Moreno. Batting fourth, first baseman number 5, Jordan Castaldo. Batting fifth, the right fielder number 4, Marcus Connect. Batting sixth, the center fielder number 19, Dennis Debanning. Batting seventh, designated hitter number 3, Mike Chiquetto. Batting eighth, second baseman number 6, Dan Mara. And batting ninth, the catcher number 9, Justin Mara. And please welcome back your starting pitcher, number 18, Ayami Sato. Once again, give a big round of applause for your 2025 Toronto Maple Leafs. Today, we acknowledge that we are located on ancestral and territorial lands of those who came long before us. We respectfully recognize the treaties in this territory and understand that we are all treaty people and our relationship is based on peace and friendship. At this time, we ask if you can please rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Go Leafs, go! Woo!
So here we go. Opening day officially underway in the Inter-County Baseball League. It's the Toronto Maple Leafs and Kitchener Panthers. And Zach, this is going to be some good stuff. You ready to go here, buddy?
I'm excited, man. I'm excited to be back here at Christie Pitts. Excited to be back calling some Maple Leafs baseball with you, buddy. It's going to be a fun season. Really cannot wait for this one to start. I mean, the Leafs, such a history, such a storied history, I should say. 1896. All the way back then, and now we're looking at some more her story. And Ayami Sato coming and pitching here for the Leafs, and just should be a really, really fun day.
So there's a lot of expectations for this Maple Leafs team as well. And I talked to Rob Butler before this season, and, there were times last year when, I would talk to Rob and it was a lot of optimism. But after the way that they didn't get off to a great start and they didn't win a game in the playoffs, this is what Rob Butler had to say. He said, we were battling for last place last year. Guys didn't come up clutch in clutch situations. This year, expectation is going to be much different. We want guys to be on base and hitting and more opposite field hitting. Now, I look at some of the new guys that the Maple Leafs have brought in. There is certainly an emphasis on contacting and hitting the ball the other way. Now, not to say that they didn't like John Salazzo and him hitting the ball over the fence all the time, but the Maple Leafs know that they don't want to live and die on the home run ball this year. They want to get on base. That's always been something that's worked in the Inter-County Baseball League. And, we might see a little bit of a different approach this year from Maple Leafs hitters.
Yeah, really, 1 through 9 in this starting lineup, they're all really good hitters. They're hitters that are able to work counts, and it kind of just starts at the top. You saw leading off Ryan Dos Santos, a guy that led the IBL in walks last year, somebody that's just really good at drawing out counts. And just, again, like I said, 1 through 9, all these batters are just really good at waiting for their pitches, not being too aggressive, and the philosophy really for this team has changed.
So this is what a lot of the crowd has gathered here at Christie Pitts for. Ayami Sato, who is one of the import spots this year. So this is really good actually for the Maple Leafs, because if there was ever a year to try something out, which this isn't, as you know, lots of people have said, this isn't just a trial for the Maple Leafs. They are expecting results from Ayami Sato. That's going to start today in the first inning. But these are some of the import players that we see on the Leafs. And I guess I should say it's good this year because there's 5 import spots.
Yeah.
So there you can really load up in that department, and I think that's going to be really good for the league. So Ayami Sato, she was the first import sign, and then Sebastian Rodriguez and Luis Florentino, a couple pitchers coming out of the Dominican Republic, both fireballers. Luis Florentino has been said to get the ball up to 95 miles an hour. Well, Hennis Alvarado is the lone returning import from last year, and then the one guy on the infield, Rando Moreno, is someone who they're really excited about as well. So a really strong import class for the Maple Leafs this season.
Yeah, I know a lot of the players as well are just very, very excited for this import class. I don't know, a lot of people in the management side were talking about Rando Moreno and just the kind of the level defensively that he brings to shortstop. We saw in previous years, Jose Vinicio, he was the one that manned that spot. This year it'll be Moreno. It'll be very exciting to kind of see, how it all happens.
So we're seeing Ayami Sato getting warmed up and ready to make some history here, being the first female baseball player in the Inter-County Baseball League. And she comes with quite the resume of her own, a 6-time world champion playing for Japan. Just an unbelievable what we've seen her do over her baseball career. She is at the back end of her career. She's 35 years old now, but with that being said, she's done a lot. 3 World Cup MVPs, 2018, 2016, and 2014. It's just been unbelievable, but I mean, the resume kind of speaks for itself.
Oh yeah, and all the way back in 2010, at the age of 20, debuted in the WBWC, a 3-0 record, a .53 ERA debuting. So we know she has the arsenal to work with. It'll be very interesting to see the plan of attack she has for this Kitchener Panthers lineup.
Yeah, so that arsenal is going to feature a curveball. That's her best pitch. Now, I was looking at some of the metrics on that curveball. It has a spin rate. That was the curveball that you just saw right there as a warm-up pitch. It's got a spin rate of 2,583 revolutions per minute. So just for some reference, the average Major League fastball is a little bit less than that. So, or the average Major League curveball is a little bit less than that. So the spin rate on that pitch is of what you would see in Major League Baseball. So that is going to be the pitch that she needs to get over for strikes, and if she can do that, she might have some success here against Kitchener.
Well, we're moments away from witnessing it here, Thomas. And again, I think the overall word you can use here at Christie Pitts is just excitement. There are so many people here today to watch this. Look at this. All the phones come out for the first pitch.
Nick Kairos leading things off for Kitchener. The first pitch of the season from Sato, and that's a weak tapper back to the mound. Sato fields it, throws to first in time for out number 1. How about that?
1 pitch, 1 out. Sato, welcome to the Inter-County Baseball League.
I don't think there was a more fitting way to get things started as we take a look at the lineup for the Kitchener Panthers today. So that was Kairos leading things off. Penelier is going to be in right field at second, and then Nick Parsons batting third, Junior Ibarra, Charlie Towers, Jamie Cabral, then Kawara, Kane Plant, and Lawson in the number 9 spot. Ayami Sato getting the put out to Jordan Castaldo, just signed yesterday. Back here with the Toronto Maple Leafs at first base. This one's hit on the ground. This one's to Dan Mara. Flips to first for out number 2. The off-speed pitch for Sato working early.
And that's kind of what she's going to have to do here facing this Kitchener Panthers lineup is continue to, dominate with that off-speed pitch. Maybe you'll be able to sneak in a fastball, but really the success is going to be coming with her best pitch, like you mentioned, in that curveball.
So now Nick Parsons, the number 3 hitter. Sato's pitch, slow curveball, finds the inside corner for a strike. I was talking to Justin Mara about Sato after catching her for the first time this week, and he said that curveball, it really plays. And the fact that it's a bit slower as well really gets the hitters off balance, and the same can be said for this one. Popped up on the infield, 1, 2, 3. Ayami Sato fired up as she heads back to the Maple Leafs dugout. How about that? What a start for Ayami Sato. Maple Leafs coming up here, bottom one. Well, back here at Dominico Field and taking a look at the lineup for the Toronto Maple Leafs. So some new faces and some old faces, but starting off with someone Maple Leafs fans are very familiar with. Ryan Dos Santos is going to lead things off. And then Spencer Ross, who's playing against his former team in Kitchener, he's going to bat second. The lone imports in the batting side of things, Rando Moreno batting third. Then Jordan Castaldo, Marcus Connect, and Justin Marr. That's a core of three batters that we've seen together for a long time. They stick together in the Maple Leafs lineup. And then Mike Cicchetto, who was red hot after being acquired last season from Barrie. He's hitting seventh. Dan Marr, who's at second base. And all three Marr brothers still on the team here for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's batting eighth. And then Dennis DeBanning, the guy who was acquired for John Salazzo over the off season, he's batting ninth. And Dennis DeBanning is going to be an exciting player as well. We'll get into that more, but here's Ryan Dos Santos leading things off. Dos Santos is decked out in the Mother's Day pink. Saw him come to with his pink sweater today.
Yeah, and if you were looking for him during BP, well, he wasn't hard to miss.
Quickly behind 0-2, Andy Vargas is getting the opening day start for the Kitchener Panthers, one of their import players. His 0-2 pitch to Dos Santos. Breaking ball just missed low.
This is something we saw at Dos Santos a lot last year. He had a healthy amount of strikeouts, but also the ability to work counts and walks. Led the IBL last year with 39 walks, finishing with a .329 batting average.
Yeah, he was excellent. Remember that streak of 11 straight walks? Unbelievable. A 1-2 from Vargas, and that one just misses outside. So Andy Vargas has had some pretty good baseball experience himself. If you remember, Raul Gonzalez from the Kitchener Panthers has always been one of the best players in the Intercounty Baseball League. Same place that he came from, that's where Andy Vargas is coming from, the Cuban National Series, where he's been since 2019. And there's Ryan Dos Santos working the count again.
Yeah, works it full again, was down quickly 0-2 and works it to full.
Ryan Dos Santos trying to get on base. The 3-2 from Vargas. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him with a good breaking ball. And a good start to Andy Vargas's career with the Kitchener Panthers.
Yeah, it was a good job by Dos Santos to fight that back to a full count, but again, that off speed right there working beautifully for Vargas.
So here's Spencer Ross. This will be his first at-bat as a Maple Leaf. Got to be a strange feeling for him as well, playing against his former team. First pitch, a fastball that just misses outside. Andy Vargas isn't the oldest guy either. Sometimes you see some import players in the upper 30s. Not the case for Andy Vargas, 1999 born pitcher. There's a strike over the outside corner, 1-1. Kitchener Panthers using 3 of their import spots on pitchers this season. Breaking ball, that one skips in the dirt.
Hey, you talked a bit about Ross, and again facing his former squad. 310 last year. He appeared in 33 games, had 100 at bats, and he hit 31 hits on the season. Really good year for number 2 here.
Ross takes low once again. He's worked the count to 3-1 and in his favor. Here's the 3-1. On the inside corner, Ross had tossed the bat away. Rando Moreno will hand it back to him. The hills are packed at Christie Pitts here today. By far the most people I've ever seen at Dominico Field.
It might be turned into standing room only here, Thomas.
As long as people agree to sit, they'll be all right. There's a swing and a miss at a low breaking ball again. Strikeout number 2 for Andy Vargas as Ross goes down swinging the plate of first base to complete the strikeout.
Yeah, again, Vargas, he's looking good on the mound here to start for the Panthers. Again, back-to-back strikeouts. But again, kind of the similar trend that we talked about in the pregame. This is what we're going to see from this Maple Leaf squad. Work counts. Try to get a pitch. And they're doing a good job of it early on. Just back-to-back job of working the count full. Granted, doesn't go their way.
Here's Rando Moreno. First pitch in there for a strike. Kitchener Panthers going with Penalve, Cabral, and Lawson in the outfield. Kane Plant, Charlie Towers, Nick Kairos, and Nick Parsons on the infield. This one to short and through for a base hit. Rando Moreno, good start to his Maple Leafs career as he's aboard.
And I know a lot of people were raving and very excited about the addition of Rando Moreno. His defense is something that is always talked about, but the ability right there, just the contact on the outside, just finds the hole between shortstop and third baseman.
Rando Moreno made it as high as AAA playing with the Sacramento River Cats, which had some good players on. Maybe we'll get into that. It's maybe a conversation for later in the broadcast, but there were some fun players on that.
I can see it right here. I'm looking at it. Wow, what a list.
Team. Next at bat, maybe. This is Jordan Castaldo, one of the best in the Intercounty Baseball League for many years. 6 straight championships with the Barrie Baycats, a Triple Crown winner back in 2019, and Maple Leafs very happy to have him back in the mix this year.
And signed with the Maple Leafs yesterday. It was officially made, or officially announced, I should say, yesterday. Castaldo back with the Maple Leafs.
The 1-0. Check swing, didn't go around, 2-0. So, well, we talked about the walks of Ryan Dos Santos, and he did lead the Intercounty Baseball League in walks, and the guy he led was this guy, because almost every single year, Jordan Castaldo leads the Intercounty Baseball League in walks. Ryan Dos Santos took that away from him last year, but he has a great eye at the plate.
And another thing is, he had the absurd on-base streak last year, where it got to the point where we just lost track of how many times Jordan Castaldo actually made it on base. I believe it got somewhere around the high 60 mark, where he was just constantly on base.
The patient Jordan Castaldo has worked this to 3-0. And that one just missed. On the outside corner, Castaldo down to first base, and Rando Moreno has good speed. He's going to be in scoring position now at second. You could see him kind of dancing off the base, trying to get a read on the pitcher. Is that lineup change official?
I believe so. I believe the lineup change did come through. So DeBanning moves from number 9 upwards. And I think Mara falls down to the 9 hitter.
Interesting. Yeah. This one's bounced towards second. Throw to first in time to get the out. Marcus Connect is retired, but now there's 2 in scoring, or actually that's out number 3 on the put out to first base. So the Maple Leafs threaten in the bottom of the first inning, and we remain tied 0-0 at Christie Pitts. So Junior Ibarra leading things off. One of the import, or actually, no, not an import on this Kitchener team. First pitch swung on a miss to Ayami Sato. Boy, she was excellent in that first inning of work.
Yeah, and really pitching to her strengths, and I think that's what she needs to do. Continue to dominate with that off-speed pitch and just try to mix in a fastball every once in a while here.
Ibarra pops this up to first, and the soft contact continues. Ayami Sato has retired the first 4 batters she's faced. I mean, you got to think about just the amount of pressure on Ayami Sato, right? Like, this is no opening day that Ayami Sato has had like this. Getting honored before the game, having to warm up early. But boy, she's had a great start.
Yeah, fantastic. Pitching to her strengths.
Former Leaf, Charlie Towers, who was on the team last year. 291 batting average with Toronto.
And Towers really, the start of the season wasn't a starter. He worked his way into the starting role, and he really ran with it once he had it. Fantastic job. 291 batting average, appeared in 36 games. He had 1 home run. That was against the Kitchener Panthers. Now he's on that team.
In Kitchener, yeah. I don't think people were expecting Charlie Towers' bat to be as good as it was last year for the Maple Leafs, but he really came through when he got his opportunities. Slow curveball from Sato finds the outside corner. 2-1 now.
You mentioned the conversation you had with Justin Mara about Sato and just how she pitches. And you know when Justin Mara is saying that pitch will play in the IBL?
Yeah.
You know it's a good pitch.
Yeah, when he's saying it's going to work, you listen, because he's had some really good experience. And Justin Mara has seen a wide range of pitching over his Intercounty Baseball League career, too. And it's funny because Justin Mara says he does not like hitting people who throw the ball not very fast, right? Ayami Sato's fastball sitting around 80 miles an hour, the slow curve ball, as this one's hit down the line. And I think that's going to play to her advantage in the Intercounty Baseball League. But we will see. Taylor Lepard warming up in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs. So this is what we expected. We don't expect Ayami Sato to go 7-8 innings today. Rob Butler said he wants to go by committee for the first day of the season. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ayami Sato with her first strikeout in the Intercounty Baseball League.
And again, it's that wicked curveball in the outer half. That's the first K on the year for the Maple Leafs, first K in the IBL career of Sato.
She's loving it on the mound,
She's
too.
having a great time.
Got a big hug on the way back to the dugout, was fired up after the first inning. This is fun to watch. Another former Leaf, Jamie Cabral. He hits it softly on the ground to first, gobbled up by Castaldo. Cabral with a headfirst dive. Ayami Sato, fantastic. With Lepard warming up in the bullpen, that's probably her last inning yet. She gets the handshake from Rob Butler. Unbelievable. Ayami Sato, 2 1-2-3 innings, including a strikeout. Great start to her Maple Leafs career here in Toronto. Well, first at bat is a Maple Leaf for the newly acquired Dennis DeBanning. Spent time with the Hamilton Cardinals last season, and he's a bat that Maple Leafs are really excited about.
Yeah, and Maple Leafs very excited. I know he's very excited. I had a great chance to talk with Dennis last week when there's a lot of practices going around. But he's excited to be here. Grew up in Toronto, went to Hamilton. In his words, he says, "I'm coming back home." And also, I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to call college games for Dennis DeBanning back at Humber College. He was the 2021 OCAA Player of the Year. Fantastic season that he had for the Humber Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the resume for him in the OCAA, two-time champion, Player of the Year 2021, an All-Star a couple times, got the silver medal a couple times as well. That pitch is in the dirt from Vargas, so the count 1-2.
Yeah, one of the nicest people you'll be able to have a conversation with. Just really open to just chatting baseball, just chatting sports in general.
The 1-2 from Vargas. And that one just misses. And I'm led to believe that he has some records in the Humber Hawks system too, with the home runs and RBIs as well. Is that true?
Oh yeah.
That's still standing?
I believe it's still standing. The only person that was threatening, I think he finished his career 2 seasons later.
There's a swing and a miss on another good breaking ball from Vargas. He's had that working today. And there's one out. Mike Chiquetto comes to the plate. He was just unbelievable at the back half of last season. The Toronto Maple Leafs acquired him late in the year, and he hit the lights out here in Toronto. First pitch, that misses. A lot of breaking balls from Vargas today. So had spent time. We started his career actually with Toronto, Mike Chiquetto, back in 2018. He's played for Hamilton, Barrie, and then acquired from Guelph last year. The 1-0. Another off-speed pitch.
A little fun tidbit that I discovered about Chiquetto and DeBanning. They were actually teammates on a junior team years ago, and now this is the first time they're teaming up since.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because I know they both went to Erie Community College, I think, for a year, right?
Yeah.
But were they on the team at the same time? I think Chiquetto was a couple of years before.
I'm not sure if it was that Erie team or if it was just a junior team beforehand. I was talking with Dennis about it, and he was saying he's just very excited to play with Mike again.
Pitch misses on the inside corner, so Mike Chiquetto has worked the count to 2-1.
You mentioned that Chiquetto got picked up by the Maple Leafs after his stint with Guelph. He was struggling early on in the season last year. Maple Leafs picked him up, and it was just an explosive atmosphere. Just needed a change of scenery for him.
Swing and a miss, 2-2. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Mike Chiquetto hit .393 in the 10 games that he had with Toronto when he got acquired. Then he got into the playoffs and was great in that series against the Barrie Baycats as well. Hit a couple of home runs. Chiquetto takes just inside.
Yeah, he's a bat that the Maple Leafs love, and they want him in the lineup as much as possible, especially if he can, recreate even a little bit of what he did last year.
Mike Chiquetto has 5 home runs in his Intercounty Baseball League career. 2 of them came in the 3-game series against the Barrie Baycats. Chiquetto takes low, ball 4, and Mike Chiquetto finds his way to first base.
Second baseman number 6,
Dan Mara, Maple Leafs second baseman, comes to the plate. I remember talking to Dan in an interview last year, and he's at the point now where if the Maple Leafs can win a championship, he can retire happily. But I think he wants to chase this thing, and as long as he's given good professional at-bats, which is what he prides himself in for the Maple Leafs, they love having him out there at second base.
And I mean, what a consummate professional that Dan Mara is.
Like that. Squaring around to get the bunt to see if he can't get Mike Chiquetto into scoring position. Knowing that his brother Justin, who got switched into the 9 spot last minute, is on deck. That's a pretty good 9-hitter for the Maple Leafs to have.
Yeah, not a bad hitter to have the lineup turn over.
The 1-0 in the dirt. Chiquetto is heading to second, and he'll make it there. That was a wild bounce off the equipment of the catcher Ibarra. Went straight up in the air and came right back to the pitcher, Vargas, and Chiquetto is in scoring position. So now this is Dan Mara's specialty. Just drive a single into the outfield, and for Coach Rob Butler, this is his dream too, right? He loves the professional approach and hitting the ball the other way. Dan Mara could do that right now. Got a pitch on the outer half, and it was at the top corner of the strike zone. 2-1. If Vargas can get himself back in this count, he can use that breaking ball probably successfully against Dan Mara. There it is, and it's slashed down the line, foul, over the members' lounge here in Toronto. Count 2-2 now. Mara was way out in front of that slow breaking ball. Well, we've talked about the disparity between miles per hour in Ayami Sato's fastball and breaking ball, while Vargas does the same with that off-speed pitch. This one's lined on one hop to second, throw to third, safe. Mike Chiquetto, using the wheels, gets into third base safely, And that is a mistake on the side of the Kitchener Panthers. An out needed to be recorded on that play.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Chiquetto, on the ball that bounced that high in the air, he had a great read on it. Broke immediately. He was in there safe at second. And the same thing right there on that base hit from Dan Mara. He got a great read right off the bat, immediately just takes off for third. And that's just a smart baseball play right there by Mike Chiquetto.
If we had got thrown out at third base, we wouldn't be saying that. But it worked out. And he was in there safely. There was no need to go to third base there. Would have been 2 outs. First pitch strike to the power hitting Justin Mara.
Yeah, not many 9-hole hitters that you'll see that have 7 home runs and 25 RBIs in the previous season.
Mara pops it straight back. The hill just keeps filling up here at Dominico Field. You can kind of see all the people behind home plate from on the center field camera there, but it is packed everywhere. This is an unbelievable turnout on opening day for Toronto. Justin Mara behind 0-2. And that one just misses over the outside corner.
Tried to get him to bite on that fastball in the other half, and Mara just poised as ever.
One and two now. Vargas trying to get himself out of this jam. Ryan Dos Santos on deck. The 1-2, runner goes, throw down to second, not in time. Chiquetto holds his ground at third base, and now there's 2 in scoring position for the Maple Leafs. Dan Mara with his first stolen base of the year.
Things get dangerous because Justin Mara, he is still working this count beautifully. He's brought it back even here, 2-2, but if you're Vargas, you can't just give him a meatball over the middle of the plate. This is a hitter that has done damage his entire career. Infield, they're being drawn in now. Everybody just play just on the lip of the grass.
Dan Mara got a really good jump down there to second base. Vargas just kind of forgot about him over there at first. This one's hit on the ground. Chiquetto holding his ground at third. The contact play not on for the Maple Leafs here with the infield in.
You can kind of see that Mara was just trying to go the other way with it. It's something that you see another catcher in Toronto do a lot. Alejandro Kirk just slowing down the swing, taking it the opposite way, trying to shoot it through the hole on the opposite side. It's exactly what Mara was trying to do right there.
Yeah, Justin Mara doesn't mind hitting the ball the other way. He's got enough power that when he hits the ball the other way, he can get it out of the ballpark as well. This is a big spot here for the Maple Leafs. Mara in the 2 count against Vargas, taking a long time getting the signs from Ibarra. Now they're going to redo things. Ibarra and Vargas weren't on the same page there on that pitch. Now they've got something that'll work out. The 2-2. Mara pops it up. This one's on the infield, not deep enough to score a runner. Catch made, out number 2.
Again, looks like he just crossed him up. Mara looked like he was sitting for something off speed, and he just came right at him with a fastball.
So Ryan Dos Santos, who was a great guy in terms of batting average last year, needs a base hit to try and score 2. Once again, a step off from Andy Vargas.
Very selective hitter. He knows where he wants the ball. He knows his zone very, very well. You rarely see him kind of flail at pitches way off.
Pitch in there for a strike. Ryan Dos Santos struck out on a 3-2 pitch in his first at-bat. Dos Santos hit .329 last season with the Maple Leafs, a career .316 hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League. Well, first baseman Parsons is going to come over to have a word with Vargas. He doesn't know he's there, though. He had to announce his presence there on the mound. Vargas was getting ready to throw a pitch. Junior Ibarra will come out to the mound as well.
And I wonder here if the first baseman noticed anything, possibly with signs from Dan Mara at second.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Possibility. Both umpires came in here, and also could just be, you know, the step off.
Pitch comm issue.
I think that might have been it. It's just Vargas, he stepped off to start the at-bat with Dos Santos, and he stepped off that again there. So I believe it happened one more time. Runners advance.
Obviously, there's no pitch comm in the Intercounty Baseball League.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bailing me out there, pal. 0-1 on Ryan Dos Santos. 2 in scoring position. Big spot for the Maple Leafs, and the pitch is up high for a ball.
Hey, you never know. Kitchener could have brought a pitch comm. You never know.
I mean, there's been talks about pitch clock coming into the Intercounty Baseball League as well. Who knows? A lot of pitches for Vargas here in this bottom of the second. Now Santos takes in the dirt. That's a great block by Ibarra.
Junior Ibarra, he has been a steady backstop for the Kitchener Panthers, and we saw him do it again early in this game where he just threw a bullet down at Towers, but Marich had a fantastic jump on the stolen base.
Dos Santos takes low once again. Big reason for this pitch count is how selective these Maple Leafs hitters have been. Ryan Dos Santos does not like to expand the zone. He's a big advocate of just waiting for his pitch. Pitchers threw a lot of breaking balls to Ryan Dos Santos last year, knowing he can ambush the fastball. There's another one, and it's outside, ball 4. Well, Andy Vargas had a really good feel for that breaking ball in the first inning, and in the second, it's been a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, and the Maple Leafs do what they've been doing, and what the philosophy of the team is going to be this year. It's just wait for your pitch. Don't expand the zone. Don't help out the pitcher. We already seen it here. Multiple free passes, and just counts worked.
So when John Salazzo left the Toronto Maple Leafs last year, there was that big hole at third base, and we were all wondering who was going to be the one to step in and play third base for the Maple Leafs this year. Well, it's been Spencer Ross for game 1, and he's at the plate right now, takes strike 1.
We were here last week for a couple team practices. We saw Ryan Dos Santos taking reps at third. Jordan Castaldo was over there taking some reps at third. So Spencer Ross, he gets the initial call here for the Leafs, but you never know. Could be a committee over there at the hot corner.
Ross hit .310 last year with Kitchener. Takes high. It was his first season in the Intercounty Baseball League with the Kitchener Panthers in the 2024 season. Also played for the Lawrence Vikings out in Wisconsin. That's a Division III school in the NCAA. Spent 4 seasons there, and then with the University of Toronto Varsity Blues as well. Pitch on the dirt, another good block by Ibarra. Man, there have been some breaking balls that Vargas has kind of spiked in the dirt. Ibarra has been up to the task on all of them.
It looked like in the first inning, these Maple Leaf hitters didn't really have a good read of the breaking ball coming out of Vargas's hand, but this second inning, you know, they've talked to one another. They've been through the order once already. They're getting a good look here.
Two and one. We haven't seen a swing out of a Maple Leafs hitter in a while. There's one, and it's lined. One hop to short, flip to second to get the out. And the Toronto Maple Leafs with some big pressure in the bottom of the second inning, but just can't get that knock with a runner in scoring position. We'll head to the third here in Toronto. Back here at Dominico Field, and Arthur Kawara is going to lead things off for the Kitchener Panthers. Maple Leafs had a really good opportunity to score some runs there in the bottom of the second. Could not. And now a new pitcher on the mound for Toronto, Taylor Lepard. And the first pitch is in there for a strike, a swinging strike from Arthur Kawara.
Now what a complete 180 this is going to be. You know, you go from Sato, who really just dominates with the off-speed stuff, to Lepard, who has a booming fastball.
Yeah, Taylor Lepard can get that fastball up around 94, 95 miles per hour. That's what we've seen on his videos in the batting cage, and that is 15 miles per hour more than what we were seeing on the fastball of Ayami Sato, and the difference between those two things is going to be a huge tool for the Maple Leafs this season. Especially, I don't think the plan is to start Ayami Sato most games. I mean, she looked pretty good there in that first outing, but the plan at the beginning of the season was to have her as a bullpen reliever, one time through the order, that kind of thing. But if you can bring in Taylor Lepard, then Sato, unbelievable. Check swing, no swing. Taylor Lepard looking for the strikeout.
And you see teams all the time really change up their bullpens, where it's guys with like funky deliveries or just different speeds. It makes it so hard on hitters when you have different arm angles, different speeds coming at you out of the bullpen.
Strike 3 called. Lepard with a dominant first at bat against Kawara, and there's one away. Well, it's going to bring up Caleb Kane Plant for the Kitchener Panthers, second batter that Lepard's going to face. Kane Plant hails out of Sudbury, Ontario, one of the younger players on this Kitchener Panthers team, a 2002 born player.
How about this for your first at bat of the season, coming out facing a guy throwing roughly mid-90s?
Yeah, Taylor Lepard has found himself in some pro baseball situations, has been up and down between there and the Inter-County Baseball League, but has always had a home here with the Toronto Maple Leafs, and when they can get him, they love to have Taylor Lepard on the team. Strike 3 called again, another dominant fastball from Taylor Lepard, and Kane Plant goes down looking.
Well, and he's showing why they love to have him here. Just back-to-back electric fastballs coming out of the hand of number 90.
Trent Lawson takes a first pitch outside, ball 1. Yeah, Taylor Lepard, we've kind of seen him get on a roll like this before in the Inter-County Baseball League. He likes to pitch very fast, and he can kind of get a step ahead of the hitters, just like that with that low fastball in the outside corner.
And you know, when Lepard is on, he is on. He does not miss.
Lepard's changeup, and that one just missed.
Even the speed difference between his two pitches, it's just a thing of beauty, really. How easily he's able to just change from a fastball right to that slow off speed and with a changeup.
Right back to the fastball, but he missed outside. You almost wonder in that situation, I mean, Lepard has just been dominating with the fastball so much, mixes in that changeup there, falls behind in the count now 3-1, and you almost wish that he could just keep trying to blow it by these guys. Here's a line drive into the outfield for a base hit. Trent Lawson finds his way on base, and that's the first hit, first base runner of the afternoon for Kitchener.
And now this is where things get interesting for me, because the bottom of the lineup, obviously, they didn't face Sato yet. All the top of the order, they were the ones that were facing that breaking ball, and now you have Lepard coming in, who's just chucking right now.
Much different look here for Nick Kairos. Strike 1. Nick Cairo is making his debut in the Intercounty Baseball League here today for the Kitchener Panthers. That pitch finds the inside corner. The 0-2 in the dirt. Mara's throw down to second base. Got him by a mile. Justin Mara with a cannon down to second base. Vintage Toronto Maple Leaf Justin Mara gunning down the runner at second. So the Toronto Maple Leafs keep the Kitchener Panthers in order through 3 and trying to get some runs here in the bottom half. Well, welcome back to Dominico Field. 0-0 between the Maple Leafs and Kitchener Panthers. And Rando Moreno is going to come up for his second at-bat. Andy Vargas, who has got himself in a little bit of trouble, has kept the Maple Leafs off the scoreboard. They had bases loaded and 1 out last inning. Moreno lines one over the head of the second baseman into the outfield. Couple hits on the day for Moreno, and that one gets by. Moreno heads to second, throw not in time, and actually skips away from the shortstop, Charlie Towers. Rando Moreno.
What an impact by Rando Moreno right there. 2 for 2 to start his Maple Leafs career. And really just that's a hustle double is what you like to call it. The ball was smoked to right field, gets to the wall. Moreno, he just puts his head down and he is trucking hard over there to second base.
So Jordan Castaldo comes to the plate. Now the Maple Leafs have a runner in scoring position and nobody out. And you have a feeling here if they get all these opportunities and aren't able to cash in, we'll start to catch up to you later on. It's really important that the Maple Leafs get that runner in from second base. See if Jordan Castaldo can find some success against Vargas second time through the order.
Castaldo just really good at just being patient at the plate, does a fantastic job knowing his own zone. He's somebody that doesn't expand.
Inside, Moreno to third on the wild pitch. Now the Maple Leafs are really threatening here, bottom 3.
Moreno just had a great read on that ball in the dirt. Ibarra did a good job blocking it, but really, Moreno, he was breaking the second that ball hit the dirt.
Jordan Castaldo on the brink of his second walk today. Was in this exact situation his last at-bat, ahead 3-0 and then drew the walk. Jordan Castaldo, a really good season again last year for the Maple Leafs. Hit .308, a cornerstone in the middle of the Leafs order. The 3-0. A strike on the outer half. A bit of a bend back at the knees from Jordan Castaldo, thinking that pitch might have been close. Count now 3-1. If I'm Jordan Castaldo here, pick the pitch you want and try and drive something into the outfield.
It wouldn't surprise me to see a fastball here. Vargas been a little bit wild with the off-speed.
Crossed him up, threw one in the dirt, and a rare chase from Castaldo. Now it's 3-2.
We've seen Castaldo have multiple lengthy at-bats. We'll foul him off with the best of them.
Marcus Connect on deck, the righty for the Maple Leafs. The 3-2 pitch to Jordan Castaldo misses outside, ball 4. So the wily veteran, Jordan Castaldo, draws himself another walk.
Do you think he's a little upset that he didn't lead the IBL last year in walks, that it got taken away from him?
No. No, I think he's okay if his teammate does it. But if you think about that, I mean, those 11 walks in a row, that pretty much sealed the deal right there.
That was the difference maker.
So Marcus Connect comes to the plate. Maple Leafs have really high hopes, as they always do for Marcus Connect. Had a bit of a down year last season, but Maple Leafs really need Marcus Connect to be good. As this one gets away, Reno Moreno got a late break. Throw to the plate, and it bounces down the third base line, and the Maple Leafs are on the board first. It's 1-0.
That whole sequence, really, again, it's Randall Moreno just doing a good job reading the ball. That time, granted, yes, he broke late because he didn't initially see how far that ball got away from Junior Ibarez. But once he saw it, he was lights out down the line. And Jordan Castaldo behind the play as well. He advances up to second.
So that brings Marcus Connect to the plate now with a runner at second base. Leafs already have one in. Rando Moreno got a late break towards home plate, and had that throw been caught by pitcher Vargas, he may have been out at home plate. That would have changed the complexity of this inning a lot.
I don't think Ibarez saw the Moreno break initially, because when he went back, Moreno was still hesitant at third, so maybe when he turned around, saw him actually coming home, the throw was a little bit rushed in the dirt.
The 2-0 finds the zone. 2-1 now. The big thing for Vargas is just being able to deliver strikes early in the count, whether that's strike one or even just anything that's not a 2-0 count to these hitters. In the first inning, that's what we saw. He was able to locate that breaking ball, really effective. Now that they can eliminate that pitch, not so much. Driven in the air. This one's to center field. It's playable. Catch is made. Runner at second base is going to hold as Marcus Connect flies out for out number 1.
He just got that off the end of the bat. It was Connect. Had a good sound to it, just out in front a little bit. Marcus Connect, he's going to be a very important piece to this team throughout the season.
Jordan Castaldo's the runner at second base. Jamie Cabral was the one who made the catch in center, the former Maple Leafs, one of the junior call-ups on the Maple Leafs last season. And Cabral's really good defensively. He's got a great arm out there in center field. Dennis DeBanning would love to pick up his first RBI as a Toronto Maple Leaf here. If not him, then Mike Cicchetto is awaiting on deck. The 0-1. DeBanning takes a strike on the outer half.
There's a lot of dangerous hitters in this lineup now. It just kind of seems like it's a little bit more lengthened out than it was last year.
Dennis DeManning calls time at home plate. Hit .282 last season in 41 games for the Hamilton Cardinals. The 0-2. Strike 3 called. Vargas gets the feel of that breaking ball and gets himself a big strikeout.
Vargas' off speed, it's been hit or miss so far today. We saw him get a little bit wild there in that second inning, but right there, that is a beautifully and sharply thrown off breaking ball.
Mike Cicchetto seeing if he can find some outfield grass and score Jordan Castaldo from second base. Pitch way outside, ball 1. Mike Cicchetto, a career .226 hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League, but hit nearly .400 last year in the regular season for the Maple Leafs. Hits this one on the ground. A high hop, skips into the outfield. Jordan Castaldo is getting the wave home. Here's the throw at the plate, and it skips away from Junior Ibarra. Jordan Castaldo scores, and the Maple Leafs lead 2-0.
I wasn't sure if they were going to send Castaldo coming around third, but Rob Butler, he was giving him the wave the entire time. A fantastic job by Castaldo to turn on the Jets, go second to home. The Leafs, they double their lead.
You know, that was a pretty good throw from Trent Lawson out there in left field. Jordan Castaldo does not have blazing speed coming around third base, and you know, again, that's a play at home plate. I think Junior Ibarra starts kind of slapping down that tag before the runner really gets there. And, you know, we've seen some hops. You know, that bounce into the outfield was not friendly towards the Kitchener Panthers. That's probably a ball that could have been played on a regular day for third baseman Kane Plant. But the Kitchener Panthers, they need someone to kind of make a play above average here to get them out of this inning. But, I mean, that's Mike Cicchetto again, putting the bat on the ball, a guy who almost never strikes out. You hit the ball on the ground here at Christie Pitts. We've seen Christie hops.
Yep, I was going to say, that's the best demonstration of a Christie hop, and that was something we were kind of talking about before the game started. We were watching this Panthers team take, you know, some routine ground balls, and they were kind of caught off guard about some of the hops there right at the lip of the grass at third base, and it just gets displayed perfectly right there.
Yeah, that's one of the things Rob Butler, Maple Leafs manager, was talking about before this season, is he wants people not to strike out. He doesn't want to see as many strikeouts. That was the big thing. Get the bat on the ball. That's what happened right there, and produces a run for the Maple Leafs. Dan Mara at the plate now. Reached first base and then stole second an inning ago. Andy Vargas at 68 pitches now here in the bottom of the third. Another off-speed pitch, just misses outside. 2-1 now. Although the Maple Leafs have scored some runs here, Vargas has got the feel of that breaking ball back again. The 2-1. Just inside.
Good fastball in the inner half there. Really crossed up Mara.
Starting to see a little bit of action in the Kitchener Panther bullpen. Hard to tell who it is because he's still got his sweater on. It's a chilly day here at Christie Pitts.
Look.
That pitch is strike.
Our graphics guy, Gus Cousins, is on the board with that one. It's Garcia.
Yeah, that's Danny Garcia, who is one of the imports on this team, was acquired last year. We think it's Danny Garcia.
Pretty sure.
That would make sense. This was a situation that Danny Garcia would come into.
I trust Gus.
The 3-2 It's hit on the ground and into the outfield once again. Mike Cicchetto is going to get the stop sign this time. Throw to the plate was a perfect one again from Trent Lawson. Mike Cicchetto would have been gunned down at home plate, but Dan Mara finds himself on first base, and the Maple Leafs just keep the line moving here in the bottom of the third.
Early on, it just seems like this Maple Leafs lineup, what the theme of the year is going to be is just be pesky. Really just make the pitcher uncomfortable 1 through 9. That's exactly what they're doing. None of these at-bats have really felt like Vargas was comfortable throwing. It's always that he has to work and battle. And the pitch count shows that. Touching around the mid-60s, almost in the 70s.
So Justin Mara, the surprise number 9 hitter for the Maple Leafs in the lineup today at the plate. This inning all started with a Rando Moreno double into the outfield. Maple Leafs have really made Vargas work here, bottom 3. Big swing and a miss from Mara.
Dan on the base paths, he was making them think. He had the infield tricked a little bit, and Ibarra, he was going up ready to gun one down.
Maple Leafs haven't just been getting contact against Vargas and putting the ball in play. They've been doing it after long 5-6 pitch at-bats. Pitch up and away to Mara. Leafs have been very selective too. I mean,
it's pesky. That's really what it is. They're just not making this comfortable at all for Vargas.
That approach will work in the Inter-County Baseball League. We've seen it before. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball, 2-2. Andy Vargas needs to make a pitch right here to Justin Mara to get himself out of this inning. It's only a 2-0 game, and we've got lots of time to go, bottom 3.
Tons of time.
But if Justin Mara is able to connect with one here, that could change the outlook of this game a little bit. Here's the 2-2. Strike 3 called at the knees. He needed to make a pitch, and he does. Vargas, who's over 70 pitches into this outing, has got through 3. But it's the Maple Leafs who scored twice. They lead 2-0 over Kitchener. Well, back here at Dominico Field, a good bottom of the third for the Maple Leafs. They're able to score twice, and now we'll turn things back over to Taylor Lepard, who is going to get his second inning of work. This is kind of how we thought things were going to go for the Maple Leafs. 2 innings from Sato, a couple innings from Lepard. Rob Butler wants to see what he's got out of his pitchers to start the season.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Rob Butler was happy to see.
Nick Kairos is leading things off, the leadoff hitter for the Kitchener Panthers. It'll be Nick Kairos and then Yospani Pen Alve on the on-deck circle. Lepard's 0-2 pitch. Oh, strike 3, swing and a miss. There was a sound of a fireworks or something that just went off as that pitch was thrown. I don't know who that helped, but Taylor Lepard's rolling right now. He gets another strikeout.
Yeah, and again, if you haven't ever been down to Dominico Field, we are right off of a road. So we have a street right behind us. So could have been a tire popping. Not really sure what it was.
That's an interesting thing to come up with off the rip.
I mean, you can smell the burning rubber a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Line drive into the outfield. Penalve finds himself on first base. Another base runner, second base runner of the afternoon for Kitchener. That last base runner was erased by a great Justin Mara throw down to second base. Caught stealing.
Again, pitching and defense, it's the old saying, pitching and defense wins championships. And early so far, Leafs, the pitching has been excellent. The defense has been on display. Just a team with a little bit of a different vibe this year.
Penalve and Lawson, the 2 Kitchener Panthers who have recorded hits in this game so far. Maple Leaf pitching has been really good between Ayami Sato and Taylor Lepard in this game so far. The 0-1 to the first baseman, Nick Parsons. Parsons hails out of St. Jacobs, Ontario.
Popped it to Dan Mara in his first plate appearance all the way back in the first.
The 1-1 fouled off. Parsons had to reach out to get that one. Nick Parsons was a big reason why the Kitchener Panthers put up such a good effort against the Welland Jackfish in that unlikely 1v8 series. It looked for a moment like Kitchener was going to make a real series out of it. They ended up losing the series 3-1, but Nick Parsons was fantastic as he swings and misses at that Lepard pitch, and that's 5 strikeouts now for Taylor Lepard.
Taylor Lepard.
Well, apologies for the technical difficulties there with the audio, but I think we got everybody back. Ryan Dos Santos is leading things off for the Maple Leafs, and Yadian Martinez is the pitcher coming out of the bullpen for the Kitchener Panthers, and this is a guy who had some success against the Maple Leafs last season.
And I know a lot of people thought, you know, he was going to be the starter here in this one, but Vargas got the duty.
Yeah, Vargas would have gone deeper into the game, but through 3 innings was well over 70 pitches. Dos Santos was looking to bunt, and that's interesting because he saw the third baseman Kane Plant way deep at third base, and with Ryan Dos Santos with that great speed, figured he might be able to get himself on base again.
Yeah, not sure if he was trying to, you know, push the button down the third base line or pull it down the first base side. But, you know, the infield, they were just playing back on him, which was kind of surprising with a man of his speed.
Yadian Martinez had an ERA of 5.98 in the regular season last year, but pitched a lot of big innings for the Kitchener Panthers. Started 11 of the 14 games that he appeared in and threw 76 2/3 innings. 91 strikeouts over those innings as well. The only problem for Yadian Martinez last year is that when he wasn't striking guys out, he did give up some hits. Dos Santos slashes one foul down the left side.
That one went all the way up to the street. And again, what a first day it is here. Opening day here in the IBL.
Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Dos Santos didn't like it, but he goes down for the second time today. Well, that's the book on Yadier Martinez. He's been good with the strikeouts. And I'll bring Spencer Ross to the plate. Spencer Ross 0 for 2 with a strikeout so far this afternoon. Ross hits one on the ground to third. Play made by Kane Plant, and he throws to first just in time to get the speedy Spencer Ross.
Yeah, Kane Plant knew he had to go quickly on that play. Just looked up, caught the ball, and saw that Spencer Ross was hustling out of the box, and he had to let off a good throw across the diamond.
Oh, this has been the player of the day in my books for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Rando Moreno, you're always wondering what you're going to get with your new import players you haven't seen play in the Intercounty Baseball League before, but Zach, great start for Rando Moreno.
Fantastic start, really, when you look at it and what he's been able to do here for the Maple Leafs. And just his debut, I think, is the impressive part.
The 1-0, foul tipped at home plate.
And I think a lot of the hype when he came into the Maple Leafs was, you know, he's a very good defensive shortstop. And we've been blessed over the years watching Jose Vinicio man shortstop for the Maple Leafs. And now with Moreno, you know, nobody was really expecting to see the bat pop off like it has so far, but it's just another plus.
Yeah, well, he's got plenty of, like, the resume of these kind of players. Like, you've seen players who have the similar resumes to what Moreno has, and they usually work out in the Intercounty Baseball League, and the Maple Leafs are hoping that'll be no different. Here's the 2-1. A strike on the outer half. Moreno dropped the bat. Didn't like the call.
He dropped the bat, but he was nodding his head saying, okay, yep, that was a strike.
He's got a big smile on his face in the box, too. He's having a good time. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That one over the inside corner on the breaking ball. Moreno goes down swinging. And Yadier Martinez looks good in his first outing of 2025. We'll be back in a couple minutes. It's Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball on YouTube. Well, lots of familiar faces here at the park today, Zach, and a couple guys on the side of the Toronto Maple Leafs, now on the Kitchener Panthers. Evan Elliott is one of the pitchers on Kitchener this year. Charlie Towers, who we've seen playing shortstop, and Jamie Cabral, who was a junior call-up last year for the Maple Leafs. He's going to lead things off in this inning. Some familiar faces playing against their former teams here today.
Yeah, and what a start to the season. You know, we talked about Spencer Ross facing, the familiar faces facing his old team, but you got to look from the other side. Evan Elliott was a really good player for the Leafs. He always had that powerful arm. It seemed while he was here, he just couldn't find the command. And I think everyone knew he had the talent, but from everything that we've heard, Evan Elliott, he's been looking good with the Kitchener Panthers. Yeah. Jamie Cabral, a player that was a junior call-up last year, did what he needed to do when needed. And then obviously, you talk about Charlie Towers and what he was able to do given the opportunities last year. Once he grabbed the hold of that starting role on the infield, he did not let it go.
Be really interesting to see Evan Elliott if he can find that command, because he is a volatile but also very talented pitcher. New pitcher into the game for the Maple Leafs. This is Sebastian Rodriguez, one of their import players, hailing out of the Dominican Republic, and the Maple Leafs are very excited to see what Sebastian Rodriguez can bring to the table. First pitch is in the dirt.
And I think, like you said, very excited. It's an understatement. They are just amped to see what this young man can do. Talk about a guy that has a good fastball, but a wicked wipeout slider.
So the last time Sebastian Rodriguez played baseball, he was playing for San Juan in the Puerto Rican Winter League. Had lots of players in the Intercounty Baseball League come from that league, and also played minor league baseball. He was great. Had a career ERA of 3.38 in all of them ILB when he played in the Pittsburgh organization, the Pittsburgh Pirates organization.
That'll play.
Yeah, anywhere between A and rookie ball in 21 and 22, so pretty recently. And now trying to find the strike zone against Jamie Cabral. The 3-0 right down the middle for a strike.
Looked like he was overthrowing a little bit to start. Maybe, get that adrenaline pumping. Your first appearance here with a new team.
The 3-1. That one's hit right back up the middle for a base hit. Jamie Cabral looks right into the Kitchener dugout on his way to first base, as if to try and fire the team up as they're trying to get on the board here against Toronto.
Yeah, the Maple Leafs, again, there hasn't really been a lot of contact. It's been smart base running, which is why they're up here 2-0. But, yeah, the side of Kitchener, it's only really been 2 hits.
It's a good opportunity for Jamie Cabral this year, playing on a Kitchener Panthers team that was looking for some outfielders. They got a really good, young, talented outfielder in Cabral, playing for Toronto Metropolitan University. Here's a ground ball. It bounces off second base, and there's no play. Oh, that was a tough one there. Rando Moreno tried to slide in, catch the ball, tag the bag all at one time. If he had done that, it would have been a double play, but unfortunately that ball hit the base and everyone was safe.
Yeah, and I think it was more so him just trying to block it, you know, because it's a tough one. It's a high hopper right up the middle of the field, and it would have snuck through possibly with Cabral's speed. He might have been able to advance all the way up to third, but good job by Moreno just to knock that one down.
So the first two have reached here against Sebastian Rodriguez. Rodriguez making his Maple Leafs debut, and now it's the third baseman, Kane Plant. Some action in the Leafs bullpen. Josh Berenbaum getting warmed up. Behind 0-2 now is Rodriguez against Kane Plant. A 2-0 pitch, I should say, and this one's hit in the air to left, running over and making a good catch is the outfielder Dos Santos.
Dos Santos gets a good read off the ball, and he was joking with me early in the week saying that the nerves are going to be there on the first fly ball. He said it's been a while here for the season, and I told him, I said, you're fine. And he looked all right there, tracking it right off the bat.
Yeah, sometimes the first one, you want it to be a high pop-up where you kind of have to run for it, right? You can get a little bit better read on the bat. And, you know, we've also heard those outfielders talk about the difference. You know, he's played some center field, he's played some left field. Those are not the same position.
No,
like
not
the
at
ball,
all.
The ball
Not at
comes
all.
off the bat way differently. It's much harder to read. Just listening to Miles Straw on the Blue Jays last night, he was talking about that great catch, and he said, you know, he's always said that center field's easier to play. He was talking about Dalton Varsho. As this one gets to the backstop, now the Kitchener Panthers have two in scoring position.
That looked like that wipeout slider right there by Rodriguez, where he just tried to get it to the outside half and kind of crossed up Mara a little bit.
So Jamie Cabral, who led off this inning with a sharp ground ball up the middle, finds his way to third base. And the number 9 hitter, Trent Lawson, is trying to drive him in.
Be very interested to see if any shallow fly balls to the outfield, if Cabral will be tagging up on it. We know he has great speed, but almost all the outfielders here for the Maple Leafs, they have cannons for arms.
Here's the 1-2. And it just misses inside.
Good backdoor slider right there.
Yeah, Rodriguez has got ahead in the count here. Fell behind the first couple hitters, which is the big reason why they found their way aboard. Well, trying to get Lawson. This one's lined to center. Down for a base hit. One hop in front of DeBanning. Throw towards the plate is cut off. And the first run of the game scores for Kitchener. It's 2-1.
It's the second hit of the day for Lawson. He singled back in the third. And right here, singles and the RBI.
Maple Leafs might have caught a little bit of a break there. That ball off the bat of Lawson was hit so hard that only one run was able to come in to score. And Kane Plant, who was on second base, also kind of had to wait because that ball was hanging up. Looked like there might have been a play for Dennis DeBanning for a moment, then that ball died and fell well in front of him. First pitch strike, deflected off the glove of Justin Mara, but called by the home plate umpire. Back to the top of the order again, and Nick Kairos.
The movement on the pitches here for Rodriguez, it's been good. It just more so hasn't been able just to throw that slider for strikes. And I think that's going to be the key for him this season. So if he can get that wipeout slider over.
Kairos fouls it off onto the hillside.
Partner, there's not many times where I can look to this right field hillside and I can barely see any space, but you can barely see any. Usually the people are hiding under that big tree at the top of the hill, but everybody's just spread out here. Again, it's a fantastic day for some baseball here in Toronto.
Here's the 0-2. Just inside. So a lot of people who came here today were coming to see Ayami Sato. And I talked to Rob Butler about that, and, he said it's great because so many people are coming here to see Ayami. They get to see all the other players on the team. As there's a check swing. Actually, the home plate umpire is going to say that's a foul ball at home plate. So, I think that's really great for some of these Maple Leafs hitters too, because he said, they get to see the Justin Maras and the Jordan Costellos of the team, and there's so many people here at the park today who have never seen any of these players for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they're getting to see some new faces and maybe become Maple Leafs fans for a long time.
Yeah, and you get to see a moment that'll be, etched in Toronto baseball history here, with Sato opening the game and doing a really good job too. 6 up, 6 down. I don't think that everyone needs to realize how impressive that actually is. 6 up, 6 down with 1 strikeout, but you also get to see some other players that are quite talented.
Runner goes through to second, and it skips into center field. That's going to score another run. The Kitchener Panthers tie it 2-2. It's going to go down as a throwing error on Justin Mara, but that one did not take a great hop down to his brother Dan.
Yeah, he was trying to go for the strike him out, throw him out, and just hit off the lip of the grass again and just soared right over the glove of Dan Mara.
Yeah, the good news for the Maple Leafs is that it was a strikeout on Kairos, so now they've got 2 away. But Kitchener still has a runner in scoring position, and they're going to want to try and take advantage of that.
Penalve, he 1 for 2 on the day. Last time up was last inning in the 4th where he singled. He was left on base.
Osvani Penalve from Havana, Cuba. Pitch a strike, 1-1. That one's in the dirt, this time blocked by Justin Mara.
That's a great block too. You saw it trying to take off Lawson. He had a good hop. He wanted to take third, but that ball did not get far away whatsoever from Mara. Some action over in the Maple Leafs pen again. I believe that's Hennis Alvarado warming up here for this one.
Pitch way inside, stabbed at and caught that time from Justin Mara. He's doing a good job of keeping that runner at second base. That pitch from Rodriguez, that can't be easy to catch. That's got a lot of movement, that slider.
Partner, you might remember this better than I do. Hennis Alvarado, did he change his number?
He might have.
Because I don't believe he was always number 54.
Do you know how hard it is to try and figure out people's numbers before you actually see them when they're back on opening day?
I have a feeling he used to be number 18.
The 3-2 pitch now, and this one's hit on the ground. Dan gobbles it up, Dan Mara that is, throws to first in time to get the out over to Jordan Castaldo. But the Kitchener Panthers tie things up. It's 2-2 here at Dominico Field. Well, back here at Dominico Field and taking a look at some of the imports on the team for the Kitchener Panthers. As you know, Zach, imports always such big parts of whatever team they're on, and there's 5 import spots this year. We know Yoichi Ishihara was in the mix for the Kitchener Panthers, but we believe he's not with the team. So I think there's a Kitchener Panthers import spot open, but this is what they're going with so far. And a lot of pitchers out of Cuba. I'm assuming that there's some kind of a connection there, and these guys got to be good for Kitchener this season, and if they are, and they can find that connection out of Cuba, that could be a real asset for Kitchener this season.
Oh, that could be massive for them, and you know, they've already brought in some pretty good talent when you look at it and what they have. Vargas, who started this game off, had a pretty good start. The off speed got a little bit out of his control, but he settled down, looked really solid towards the later stages of it. Penalve, he looks like he's going to be a really good piece for this Kitchener Panthers team this year as well.
Pitch just outside. Yania Martinez had a good first inning of work back in the 4th. Now faces Jordan Castaldo, bottom 5.
Castaldo hasn't registered his at-bat yet.
Yeah.
2 walks out of number 5.
He'll get one. Maybe not this time. 3-0.
He's just so good at knowing his zone, knowing how the pitchers are going to attack him. He never gets too aggressive, but then when he does swing, he has so much power in that bat.
3-0 right down the middle for a strike. Yadier Martinez almost took something off of that pitch. I think he knew Jordan Castaldo wasn't swinging. And this one's lined into the outfield, and Jordan Castaldo has himself a base hit. He was selective, he waited for his pitch, and finally, in the bottom of the 5th inning, he got something he liked, and he smoked it.
Well, he's batting 1,000 after three at-bats.
Thanks, Zach.
Only 1 plate appearance.
Well, this is a guy the Maple Leafs really want to get going this year, Marcus Connect. If they can get the Marcus Connect that they've seen in the past, the one that was drafted by the Blue Jays in the 3rd round in 2010, this could be a really big piece. This one's hit on the ground. This could be 2. Throw to second for 1. Back to first. Not in time. Marcus Connect beats it out. Just to finish up that point on Marcus Connect, he was pretty good for the Maple Leafs last year. Hit 266, but you know, we've seen some monster seasons. In 2022, he hit 343, and then after taking the year off last year, came back and just didn't have the same batting average, didn't have the same power that we've seen from Marcus Connect in the past, but he's been working hard in the offseason. The Leafs think that this could be a really good year for Marcus.
And he looked really, really good in his last at-bat just before this one, where he hit a pop fly to center field, and he got it fairly deep out to center, and he missed the barrel. So I think, you know, he can just continue to work hard. We know how good of a player he is and what he can bring to this team. It would not surprise me to see Connect have a good bounce-back year.
For all the outfielders on the Maple Leafs, I think there's a little bit of internal competition as well to see who gets those outfield spots. The Leafs are not short of outfielders right now. Dennis DeBanning is likely going to be a starter for this entire year, but there's so many good outfielders. You know, you look at guys like Dennis DeBanning, and they want to keep the ball rolling for the Maple Leafs to keep that spot out there in the outfield. DeBanning hits this one in the air pretty deep and gone. Welcome to Christie Pitts, Dennis DeBanning. A 2-run shot, and the Maple Leafs lead 4-2.
You can see how fired up he is coming around the bases. Welcome home, back in his city. His first hit as a Maple Leaf. Opposite field home run.
As Maple Leafs fans are finding out now, they had a poll at the beginning of the year, and Sandstorm was voted as the home run song this year.
I love
for the Maple Leafs. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Dennis DeVanning gets to play that audio track for the first time this season. See, that is the approach that Rob Butler's been talking about. A good approach, hit the ball the other way, and look, when you got talented guys like Dennis DeVanning, it might just fly out of the yard.
My favorite expression to use for a swing like that is a player that has easy power, and DeBanning just displayed it beautifully.
Chiquetto hits this one on the ground. Charlie Towers whips it over to first, and that's out number 2. That ball was smacked, man. To hit it over the wall, opposite field like that, that is impressive.
Initially off the bat, I thought it was going to be off of the monster, or the metal monster, I should say. And then it just kept carrying. You can see the flags out at center field. They are blowing heavy over to right field.
You hate to draw the comparisons to John Salazzo, the guy that went the other way in this deal, but I just think that's interesting, right? He's a right-handed hitter, he's an outfielder that he doesn't really fill in similarly to John Salazzo. He's a much different tool, but he hit that ball out right where John would have hit it, right? That big monster.
And one of the most memorable calls I have for Dennis was a home run he hit at Connervale Park for the Humber Hawks, where he did the same thing. He went opposite field, and he just has such an easy swing.
Dan Mara checks this one into the outfield. That's caught. Out in center by Jamie Cabral, but that's going to do it. But the big swing from Dennis DeBanning, the first home run of the season, and his first as a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs, who lead 4-2 over Kitchener. Well, the new face in Dennis DeBanning hitting one out of the ballpark, I thought we'd look at some of the other new players on the batting side of things for the Maple Leafs. Jeffrey Mejia and Rando Moreno both joining the team, as well as Spencer Ross from the Kitchener Panthers. Mejia's on the bench. He's a guy who we believe brings a ton of power. We haven't seen him get an at-bat yet, but he's a big dude.
Well, I was going to say, we were here last week, and he came down the hill. We were wondering, we don't recognize this guy.
Yeah, we really hope that guy's on our team.
Yeah, and he went up to hit some BP. It started off slow, and then to the words of a couple of the players, they said he hit a ball over 100 miles an hour off the bat, it felt like, because it just soared out of the ballpark.
Yeah, that'll be exciting to see him get some game action. This one smoked to center on a line, and that one gets down into the outfield.
Looks like Greg Carrington out there.
Yeah, that ball was just kept carrying on Greg Carrington. I don't think he got a great read on it, but that ball was smashed by Ibarra. So that is a ringing leadoff double. Wilhenis Alvarado is into the game for the Maple Leafs. That's the new pitcher. And this is the one import that Maple Leafs fans will remember from the past couple seasons. Alvarado had a slow start to last year, but then really picked it up towards playoff time.
There was a little bit of a trend going on last year with the Maple Leafs. It just kind of seemed like the team coming in, they expected to do well. They thought they could kind of come into the year easy and not really have to worry about things. And then they got hit in the face with a losing streak right off the bat. Everyone was kind of a little bit a step behind.
This one's into the outfield. Ibarra dishes one down the line. That's going to score Nick Parsons, who had that double to center field, and it's a one-run ball game at Christie Pitts.
And that one for Alvarado, can't really hold it too much to a fault. Ibarra just did a really great job getting out in front of that ball, hooks it perfectly right down that left field line.
Now it brings Charlie Towers to play, and that one hit him. Charlie Towers heads down to first base, so a bit of a rocky start to Wilhelmus Alvarado's first outing. The double, the single, and now a hit batter on Charlie Towers, and Wilhelmus Alvarado is going to have to bear down here. He's got the bottom part of the Kitchener Panthers lineup coming up here with Cabral, Kawara, and then Bauer, who came in to replace Kane Plant at third base. Jamie Cabral takes outside ball one. Cabral had a hard hit ground ball single right back up the middle in his last at bat.
If you're Alvarado here, just all you need is a ground ball. Just settle yourself into this outing.
Ball swings and misses that time. Alvarado overpowered him with a fastball up and away. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball misses outside. For Wilhelmus Alvarado, much like some of the other pitchers we've saw today, the breaking ball is his pitch. That's the pitch that needs to be good, and when it's on and he's spinning it good, it is a devastating breaking ball. In Alvarado's best season in 2023, that breaking ball was such a key pitch for him. He throws it again. This time he gets a pop-up. This one's towards Dos Santos. He makes the catch. A bluff fake at second base from the runner, but they're going to hold their ground.
Yeah, all these outfielders here for the Maple Leafs, they all have fantastic arms. They're not afraid. So if any of these Kitchener Panthers want to run, they'll say, go ahead, test us. Give it a try.
So Junior Ibarra is the runner at second base. Charlie Towers, who's quite speedy, is at first. Here's Arthur Kawara. Pitch in the dirt, gets through Mara. Ibarra late break. Mara gets back, but by the time he picks up that baseball, both runners for the Kitchener Panthers move into scoring position.
That could have been really bad. Ibarra, very, very late break. If Mara read that immediately, he could have had a chance to get him at third.
Yeah, both catchers on the field thought that ball was sitting between the legs of Justin Mara. That's Junior Ibarra. And Justin Mara thought it was right there as well, but to his dismay, he had to go pick it up at the backstop. Big spot here for Arthur Kawara. Already has a hit in this game. Kawara takes a strike.
I believe we have a defensive substitution as well at third base for the Maple Leafs. I believe it's Lampara that's out there. Lamprey.
So Zach Lamprey was a guy who was picked up in the offseason by the Maple Leafs, last played for the Brantford Red Sox. And he's a guy who, this is the kind of situation they want to bring him into the game. As a defensive replacement, that's what everyone's been preaching, that he's been really good defensively. But he's got the baseball resume to be a good hitter as well. And Look at what Charlie Towers did last year. You almost wonder if he could kind of step into that role. This one to the backstop again. Justin Mara picks it up in front of the dugout, and we are tied here at Christie Pitts. Junior Ibarra comes in to score, and the Kitchener Panthers continue to threaten here after the wild pitch by Alvarado.
There's just back-to-back innings of just good approaches here by the Kitchener Panthers. And last inning it was started by Cabral, who got that leadoff single. This inning here, it's the double that happened off of the bat of Nick Parsons.
Well, Arthur Kawara still has an opportunity to drive a run in here. Maple Leafs infield is in. Breaking ball misses outside. Alvarado just hasn't got a feel for that breaking ball yet in this outing.
And when he's on his game, it's that breaking ball. Like you said, it's his best pitch. And right here, it just seems, holding it a little bit too long. He spiked 2 of them. That's been the 2 pass balls.
3-2, fouled off. Good battle here by Alvarado and Kawara as we see Jeremy Newton warming up in the bullpen and starting to throw a bit quicker. Tie game. Alvarado trying to bear down and keep that runner at third base. Another 3-2 to Kawara. Swinging a foul tip at home plate. Kawara just got a piece of it.
Looks like he tried to sneak a fastball in the lower inner half, and like you said, just gets a piece of it. Was Kawara. He was 1 for 2 on the day, singled and scored last inning in the 5th.
Here's the 3-2. This one smashed towards center field. Back goes Carrington. He's at the wall. He jumps and he makes a great catch. That is going to score a run, but a much needed out provided by the center fielder Carrington.
Yeah, that ball, we've seen a couple of them already. The ball's carrying today. They're doing a check over there at third base to see if Towers tagged up in time.
Towers tagged up so late. I don't think, like he started coming home like 2 seconds after that ball was caught.
Never hurts to check.
I guess not, especially with no one on base.
Exactly. Never hurts. First time all game, Kitchener has taken a lead here.
This is Bauer getting his first at-bat. Alvarado could really, even with no one on base, he could really use this out. Just get back to the dugout and limit the damage.
You can really see he's fighting that slider today. See how much movement it has, and when it's on, it's on. That slider, we've seen it at its best, and it is maybe one of the hardest pitches to hit in the IBL.
Bowers wasn't a 2-1 count. Now 2-2 after that swing and a miss on the inner half. $11 strikes and 9 balls for Wilhennis Alvarado in this outing so far. 2-2, just misses outside. That's the pitch that Alvarado gets the chase on. He put that one in a pretty good location.
Again, it's the slider. If he can just get that late snap action on it, that's when hitters are chasing it.
Here's the 3-2. And it's fouled off. How about Bauer getting to that tough inside pitch? Kitchener has made Alvarado work in the top of the 6th. And this one's hit to third, off the glove of Lamprey. Throw to first, not in time.
Just a wicked hop. Try to get on the backhand, stops it. Just not enough time. Talk about Christie hops. Well, that's one of them.
Yeah, third base has been a position that's had a lot of action today in terms of the infield. Seen some high hops. I mean, you get a ball that's just skidding along the ground like that. That is That is a tough play to make. But more pitches needing to be thrown now by Wilhelmus Alvarado after he thought he'd made a pitch to get him out of the inning. Kitchener has taken the lead. 3 runs in the top of the 6th. Lawson, the left fielder, at the plate. And the 1-0, this one's hit down the line in left field. Fair ball. It's going to bounce up against the wall. Ryan Dos Santos gets there quickly, throws it in to Moreno, who is cutting that one off. So the runner has to hold at third. But the Kitchener Panthers are now putting on some pressure, and that's going to bring Rob Butler to the mound.
What a day out of the 9-hole for Trent Lawson. 3 for 3. An RBI as well. 2 singles in that. Now the double. He has just been looking great for the Panthers at the bottom of this order.
Yeah, he was the guy who broke the ice, got the first hit of the season for the Kitchener Panthers. You know, Rob Butler's having a conversation here with Wilhelmus Alvarado. He's a veteran pitcher. He's been in this league for a little while, and I think Wilhelmus Alvarado might have just talked himself back into this outing. Well, we'll see if this pays off. Rob Butler putting trust in Alvarado to try and get the leadoff hitter. Kairos is 0 for 3 today. Pitch well outside. A base hit here from Kairos, and that really changes things for the Maple Leafs. 2 in scoring position. Right now, a 1-run game. This is very manageable. Kairos trying to make it a little more difficult on Toronto to try and come back. Big insurance runs if you're on the side of the Kitchener Panthers standing out there.
Yeah, and they would completely just almost double up the total they had. 3 have already scored, 2 threatening here.
It's already been a big inning with the 3 runs for Kitchener. Pitch way up and outside, and 2-1 now. This is the exact same way Wilhelmus Alvarado started out last year. Had a bit of trouble with command and then really found it later on in the season when things were all said and done at an ERA of 6.75.
Well, you look back to 2 years ago, he was the ERA leader in the IBL.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Yeah. He was the guy that set the tone.
ERA of 2.36 back in 2023. I mean, he had an ERA well up over 8 in the beginning half of the year, and then really zoned in. Kairos in a battle here. A big 2-2 pitch from Wilhelmus Alvarado. Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about that? Rob Butler goes to the mound. Wilhelmus Alvarado says, I can get you guys out of it. And he does eventually. But 3-run score for the Kitchener Panthers. They lead 5-4 over Toronto. Justin Mara leading things off for the Maple Leafs. Yadier Martinez still on the mound. Obviously, we know Yadier Martinez can go multiple innings here. He was starter for most of last season, and he's been rolling against the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, great track record in the IBL here is Martinez, and he's just showing off really why he was so good last year.
I mean, I guess he did give up the 2-run home run to Dennis DeManning, but looked excellent in his first inning of work. I mean, Dennis DeManning just kind of got to that outside pitch and smashed it over the wall, though. Not much you can do about that. Yadier Martinez made a pretty good pitch. 2-2 to Mara. Hit on the ground to Charlie Towers, and he can't get that one. That one's into center field for a base hit.
Towers laid out all on the line, but Justin Mara, with the wily vet, comes through again. Back to the top of the order. So Ryan Dos Santos coming back up here to bat. 0 for 2 on the day, struck out looking his last time up, and type of player that would love to just kind of keep this train moving. Leafs trail by 1 here, bottom 6th. That ball's jolted over to left field, down for a base hit. So to start off the bottom of the 6th, the Leafs, 2 singles. They got something going here. As newly entered in, Zach Lamprey will get his first at-bat of the IBL season. You see on deck Rando Moreno. Lamprey, he wouldn't be surprised here to lay down the bunt. He has good speed. The question is, where's the third baseman gonna line up at? Bauer. He's talking with Butler over there. Lamprey, his first at-bat as a Toronto Maple Leaf. Martinez with the pitch, and he is squaring around, but pulls it back. It was an inside fastball. It's called for strike 1. Mostly known for the defensive abilities is number 11. Squaring again, bunts this right back to Martinez. He's spinning, throwing to third in time to get Mara. Close play, but a great job coming off the mound by Martinez, spinning and throwing. And Ibarra, he was calling it immediately to throw to third. So there's still a runner in scoring position. Dos Santos on second base. Rando Moreno, who is 2 for 3 today. He scored back in the third, struck out swinging last time up. Martinez first pitch is fastball on the outside half for ball 1. Jordan Castaldo patiently waiting on deck. He is 1 for 1 today. Second pitch there to Moreno in for strike 1. Count evened up. Martinez trying to limit any damage he can here. Tying run, sitting at second base. 1-1's outside, ball 2. Moreno, again, a player that's been around. He's playing baseball a very, very long time. Mentioned got as high as AAA. And he calls time here at the plate. And if you're watching at home, happy Mother's Day. It's all the moms out there. See some of the players sporting the pink gear. Here's a 2-1. Just missing the outside corner. 3-1 count. Moreno in the driver's seat now. They have him, looks like, playing more so up the middle. He pulls this in our right center field. Going back and making the catch is the right fielder. Dos Santos tags up. He advances to third. So they trade 90 feet for an out there, and here comes Jordan Castaldo.
Jordan Castaldo got his first hit of the season last time up. 2 walks and a hit. That's a typical line for Jordan Castaldo. The ringing single into right field as well.
This would be the time where Castaldo, he continues to have good at-bats. He knows his zone. He knows how these players want to pitch to him. Would not be surprised if we see him work another walk, or he's able just to pull one nicely here to the right side.
Some action in the bullpen for Kitchener. Jorge De La Cruz getting warmed up. That throw over to first base. Chases the runner back. Runners on the corners here for Toronto. Castaldo trying to cash in as that pitch is just outside from Martinez. Yadier Martinez has kept the pitch count in check so far. 49 pitches on the day. Or 39, I should say, pitches. That one over the outside corner for a strike.
You can see Martinez, he's trying to stay away from the inside power of Castaldo. He's basically telling him, if you want a base hit, you got to take it the opposite way.
The 1-1 up and away. Castaldo staying patient there at home plate. Martinez gave up the 2-run home run to Dennis DeBanning. This outing looks a lot different, though, if he's able to get out of this inning and get a tough hitter here in Jordan Castaldo right here. Marcus Connect is on deck. Castaldo takes. What a take on that pitch on the outer half. Just refusing to swing at something out of the strike zone.
And again, the theme of this at-bat, it's just all been away from Castaldo. They don't want him to get into that pulling power that he has. He's done it so many times where he just pulls a fastball over that right field wall. Martinez really wanting him to just try to take it the other way.
And that one misses. Third walk of the game for Jordan Castaldo, and the bases are loaded. Real opportunity now for Toronto to tie this up, but I mean, maybe even look for more with a base hit from Marcus Connect.
And again, we've been talking about Marcus Connect all day long. It's a guy that we're waiting to see all those big power numbers come back, and we almost saw one back in that third inning. He flew out to center field, but it was a good swing. Just missed the barrel off the end of the bat. How big would it be for Marcus Connect even right now just to get at least one RBI here on the board?
Pitch a strike on the inner half from Yadier Martinez. And Marcus Connect doesn't mind this matchup with Yadier Martinez. If you remember, back last season, the Maple Leafs and Kitchener Panthers played a barn burner. It was a 19-17 win for the Maple Leafs. Marcus Connect had a couple of hits off of Martinez. And now he hits this one towards third, and it gets through into the outfield. 1 run comes in to score. Tie ball game. And the second held up at third base. 5-5 here at Dominico Field.
And that's got to feel good for Marcus Connect. He is still looking for his first hit of the game, and he finally gets it in a big moment. Ties us up 5-5.
So Greg Carrington came in as a defensive replacement in center field for Dennis DeBanning. He will come up from the left side of the batter's box. He's been a real utility player for the Maple Leafs in the last couple of years, and by utility I mean playing outfield and pitching. Greg Carrington had some good outings, including picking up his first save in his Intercounty Baseball League career last year. But before last season was an all-time or full-time batter. That was kind of his first kick at the can at pitching.
I was going to say, partner, when was the last time we've seen him take an at-bat at home?
Oh, you know what? There was one. I think he got a really big base hit in a game. It might have been against Welland or something late last season, but he hasn't had a lot.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Greg Carrington's motivation to become a pitcher was purely for the team. You know, he couldn't make it to all the games on time with his job outside of playing baseball. So he said, you know what, if I can give you some innings late out of the bullpen, I'll show up, and if you need me, use me. Today they needed him. They used him defensively. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. So the Maple Leafs had some ducks on the pond. They got one in. That was just enough to tie the ball game. 5-5 as we head to the 7th inning here at Christie Pitts. New pitcher into the game for the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is Jeremy Newton, playing in his hometown from Toronto, Ontario. Playing his first year in the Intercounty Baseball League as well. He came through the Toronto Mets program, so he's probably played a couple games around the Christie Pitts area, or maybe even here at the field. And he's had some good experience in his baseball career. Went on to play for the Kelowna Falcons in the West Coast League and the Arizona League Brewers in rookie ball back in 2016 and previously in 2014 with the Falcons.
Tall man on the mound, 6'2", he's standing at out there.
Penalve at the plate. First batter for Newton, and that one finds the zone, and it's 2-2. was funny. Penalve fouls this one back to the backstop.
We got sound effects back at the park.
Here's the 2-2. That one misses high. Count runs full. So Jeremy Newton having to work to try to get this first out of his Maple Leafs career. Penalve putting up a battle. Here's the full count pitch. And it's hit on the ground, gloved by Castaldo. He throws to first in time to get the out. That was a nifty little play. Jordan Castaldo knocks it down, and you know, that's the one thing when you're a pitcher playing your first time with your new team, you might forget to cover the bag. Not the case with Jeremy Newton. He got there in plenty of time.
Those are what I love to call PFPs, pitcher fielding plays, and Newton, I'm sure, is very familiar with how many reps you got to do as a pitcher and get that muscle memory down, and he executed it beautifully.
Nick Parsons at the plate, the first baseman. I know this is like the king of nobody asked, but for myself as a pitcher, that's like the hardest thing to remember to cover first base.
I forget it 24/7. It's okay.
This one's popped up towards center field. Greg Carrington comes over and makes the catch. Had to run a long way, but Marcus Connect knew he was going to get there, and now there's 2 outs.
Yeah, and again, you can see the wind playing factors into this ball game. The flagpoles beyond center field, they have been blowing from left to right all game long. It's really been a factor into why some of these hitters are trying to elect to go to right field.
A catcher, Junior Ibarra, at the plate. Jeremy Newton trying to get himself through a 1-2-3 inning. The 1-0, swing and a miss.
Looked like a good slider. He just chopped it on the outside half. Beautifully done.
Here's the 1-1. This one's lined into the outfield, just past the outstretched glove of Rando Moreno, and that's a base hit for Junior Ibarra. He's always a tough out in the Intercounty Baseball League, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, and he had a little bit of a rough first 2 at-bats, but he's turning it around beautifully. He had an RBI singles last time up, and he singles again here.
So the former Leaf, Charlie Towers, trying to get a hit against his former team. Charlie Towers was really versatile for the Maple Leafs last year. You know, when you're a guy who's trying to, earn some playing time, which Charlie Towers did very well last year, you got to find ways to get yourself into the lineup. And for that, Charlie Towers learned to play outfield. Remember talking to him about that last year. He said it was the first time he'd played outfield since he was 12 years old. But he did it, and he did well, and he got himself into the lineup. And that opportunity, he was able to prove to the Maple Leafs that he could hit 291. And wasn't just a good defensive player for the Leafs, was also a really good bat in their lineup as well.
And there was a portion of the season last year where it felt like you couldn't get Towers out. He was just constantly having good contact, taking really good progressions at the plate.
Yeah, appeared in 2 playoff games against the Barrie Baycats as well. So, he became a really trusted bat out of the Maple Leafs lineup. And I remember talking to Leafs ownership last year, and they really liked what they were seeing from Charlie Towers. Now 1-2, Jeremy Newton's pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. How about that? Jeremy Newton picks up his first strikeout as a Maple Leaf. Charlie Towers goes down swinging. We remain tied, 5-5 here, Kitchener and Toronto.
I'm 99% certain.
Mike Chiquetto is going to lead things off for the Maple Leafs. Jorge De La Cruz on the mound for Kitchener.
And Chiquetto, he had an RBI single his last time up. It was a big moment for Chiquetto as well. He was looking for that first hit of the season, came through, and he got one right through that left side.
Chiquetto, a big swing and a miss.
De La Cruz looked like a fantastic off-speed on the other half.
Jorge De La Cruz, another one of those pitchers out of the Dominican Republic, but not an import for the Kitchener Panthers. This one's popped up, and it lands on the mound. Mike Chiquetto is safe, standing at first base. And the Leafs, who are trying to take the lead here against Kitchener, get a big break.
That's just unfortunate play for Kitchener. Somebody has to take command on that infield there for that pop-up. And usually you'd think it would be the third baseman, sometimes even the shortstop, but everybody just kind of looked at each other and said, you take it, and nobody took command.
If only the pitcher were allowed to field the ball.
I mean, they are. We've seen Chris Bassett do it numerous times.
Right.
Calling people off.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It was right in the middle of everybody. Pitcher, third baseman, first baseman. Nobody could tell who had the best play on that one, and it dropped.
This is a wonderful chance, though, for the Leafs to, like you said, try to strike and get that lead back.
Dan Mara checks his swing, and the count's 1-1. Oh, so this is Yadier Martinez who's in the game. As this one's popped up. We thought De La Cruz had come in. Not the case, as this one lands in the Kitchener bullpen.
Again, Martinez, he's had a fantastic outing, really, when you look at it. A lot of people at the ballpark, a lot of us thought he was going to be the starting pitcher today, but they elected to go with Vargas, and I can kind of see why now. They wanted to get Martinez just deeper into the game.
Here's the 1-2. This one's popped up towards third base. Going to be a tough play for Bauer, and he makes it in foul territory, out number 1. Those are the kind of plays that are, tough to make. So seeing one of the first balls you've seen all year, and he read it beautifully, made the catch in foul territory. That's a big out, especially after the error to lead off the inning.
Pitcher number 9, Justin Mora.
Maple Leafs could use a big swing from Justin Mara here, eh?
I was going to say, how big would it be if Mara could come through here with an extra base hit? They're shading him towards the pull side.
Seeing Yadier Martinez for the second time. This is the kind of at-bat where a veteran guy like Justin Mara thrives. So Jorge De La Cruz continues to warm up in the bullpen. Yadier Martinez still on the mound. Pitch, a strike. Count 1-1 on Justin.
Wind still going to right field, but it's died down a little bit here. So if Mara's able to sit back on one, he has a massive gap in left center field.
The 1-1 just misses. Junior Ibarra looked back to ask the home plate umpire which part of the plate or knees it didn't catch.
This could be a very bad recipe for disaster here. They're pitching Mara to the outside, and the outfield have him playing pull.
2-1. Yeah, good call there. Just missed on the outer half with the fastball again. You could Yadier Martinez is a bit frustrated on the mound. He kind of swiped at that ball when it came back. He thought he should have got the call 2 pitches in a row, and now it's a 3-1 count on Justin Mara. That really changes things for him. 3-1 down the middle. Mara was taken all the way. Throw back to first, and they got him. Oh, Mike Chiquetto Did not expect that ball to come down to first base. Junior Ibarra with a savvy play, and he picks off Chiquetto, and the threat has been somewhat nullified now for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the 7th.
Wow, what a heads-up play. Junior Ibarra just absolutely caught Chiquetto sleeping.
Yeah, there was so much focus on the plate with the frustrations of Ibarra and Martinez with the calls, and now a swing and what happened there?
Foul ball to the left side.
Oh, I didn't see that at all.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
(3-2) low ball 4. So Justin Mara will head down to first base. Well, Ryan Dos Santos comes to the plate. Instead of it being 2 on and 1 out, it's just Justin Mara at first base. The Maple Leafs, this is a situation where they need some power. The message before the season has been preaching just have good at-bats and the power will come, but Ryan Dos Santos proved that he did have some power last year. He hit 4 home runs. As he hits this one off the glove of Martinez, knocks it down, underhand flip to first base, low but picked up by Parsons. And that'll do it for the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the 7th. We're still tied here at Dominico Field. It's the Kitchener Panthers 5, the Maple Leafs 5. We'll be right back. Well, Jeremy Newton looked so good in the top of the 7th inning. Maple Leafs figured they'd give him one more. He was excellent, a 1-2-3, including his first strikeout as a Toronto Maple Leaf. And he'll face Jamie Cabral to lead off the top half of the 8th inning. Newton's pitch is high, ball 1.
Yeah, Newton looked really good, and I think he was just a really good mix of off-speeds and fastballs. But the tall frame, the 6'2" frame, coming down like that, it's hard to battle against.
Newton trying to find the strike zone here against Cabral. He does, and it's fisted foul towards Castaldo, and he has room in front of the fence, and he makes the catch. 1 away. That's a great pitch there from Jeremy Newton. Falls behind the count, makes a beautiful pitch right in on the hands, uses the fastball, and gets rewarded. That's an out.
I mean, if the Leafs the Leafs have something here in Newton. This could get very interesting for them late in the season, because you can see the man who's warming up there for the Maple Leafs.
I don't think this was a case where the Maple Leafs didn't know what they were getting with Newton. They expected him to be good, and he has been good through his first 5 batters so far.
The big lefties looming in the bullpen.
Yeah, don't need to look at the number on the back to tell who that is. Dustin Richardson getting loose for the Maple Leafs. Their general manager.
Yeah.
GM/pitcher.
I think it'd be better if you could just say the GM is coming in to pitch.
Look out, this one's hammered towards center field. Carrington back at the wall, and it's gone. Off the roof of the snack house in center field. Arthur Kawara with a booming shot, and the Kitchener Panthers take a 6-5 lead.
That ball got up, and it did not come down. Hits off the concession stand right behind that center field wall. Wow, that was a booming shot by Arthur Kawartha.
Yeah, Kawara playing in his hometown here in Toronto, Ontario. Played for the Guelph Royals last year, hit .206. That is his first Intercounty Baseball League home run.
That looked like easy power off the bat. Very shocking to hear that stat.
Christie Pitts is not the deepest field, but that one probably would have found its way out in most IBL ballparks. Cleared the wall by a good margin. And it's the third baseman, Bauer, at the plate, and this one's hit on the ground. Castaldo fields it. Look at Newton getting over to first again in plenty of time, and that's out number 2. Number 9 hitter, Trent Lawson, coming to the plate. He's had a great day.
He has, 3 for 3.
Also knocked in a run with one of those 3 hits as well. Rob Butler coming to the mound. And is this all for Jeremy Newton? Well, Hennis Alvarado talked himself back in.
Let's see if Newton has that ability.
I don't know that the Maple Leafs have officially named a pitching coach yet this season, so Rob Butler could just be asking us that. But this is not to take Jeremy Newton out of the game. He's just, they might be talking about, oh, no, he's coming out. There's the call to the bullpen.
Doesn't have the ability.
So it will be Dustin Richardson coming into the game for the Maple Leafs. And he's going to come in the 8th inning, try and get one more out, and they might look for a little bit more from Dustin Richardson. More on him when we come back. So here comes Dustin Richardson to face the number 9 hitter in Trent Lawson. And his first pitch, swing and a miss. That's the fastball. That's the pitch for DR. Now, Dustin Richardson saw the rankings in the Intercounty Baseball League at the beginning of the year and was ranked at number 25. So this is a revenge season on the IBL rankings for Dustin Richardson, as that pitch is in there for a strike and the count's 0-2.
We saw a lot out of DR last year, including one at-bat where he laid down a bunt.
Yeah, he's made a great catch in the outfield in the past, but yeah, he's most known for his work on the mound, where he's been one of the best players in the Intercounty Baseball League for many years. Here's the 0-2 to Lawson, and it's fouled off.
I like this fight, Lawson versus DR. Lawson, he's been hot today, and well, DR, we know how good he is.
Yeah, this is great to see for the Maple Leafs. Dustin Richardson coming into the game on the first game of the year. It's always been something. Dustin Richardson hasn't been healthy 100% for many of his seasons in the IBL, so to see him healthy and looking good at the beginning of the season, that's a big plus for the Maple Leafs. Here's the 0-2, fouled off once again. Trent Lawson doing all he can to keep up with that up and in DR fastball.
Yeah, and the repertoire for DR, well, it's fastball, fastball, fastball.
As quoted by him a couple of years ago. 4 strikes from Dustin Richardson. The 0-2. Fastball, fouled off. Richardson does have a slider, but when it's a right-handed batter in the box, with him being a lefty, he's fine just to throw that rising fastball to home plate. Another 0-2. Check swing, tapper towards first. Castaldo gobbles it up, goes to the bag, and Dustin Richardson throws 5 strikes to get Lawson and end the inning. Maple Leafs have some work to do. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Toronto trailing by 1. Well, Zach Lamprey is going to get his second at-bat here for the Maple Leafs. Came in as a replacement at third base. Laid down a bunt in his last at-bat. Zach Lamprey is going to try and get on and see if the Maple Leafs can't drive him in.
He's got some power bats behind him, so if he can get on base, it'd be massive here for the Leafs, who are trying to tie this one up.
The 0-1 check swing, and he went through, and now he's behind in a pretty deep hole against Yadian Martinez, who has started to find his own. A couple scoreless innings in the 7th and 8th. As Lamprey fouls it off.
And we noticed it a couple innings ago by Martinez, but that was another quick pitch. Tried to speed one past Lamprey.
This one popped into the outfield and caught by Penalve out in right field. So 1 away as Lamprey is retired. Rando Moreno, who's had a good day at the plate, is in for the Leafs and slashes one towards the Leafs bullpen down the line.
Yeah, that one was quite literally just the slash the other way, try to keep it fair inside that left field line.
Moreno 2 for 4 today. Martinez working quickly again, but delivers low.
Something to watch out for, the quick pitch.
Swing and a miss, strike 2. Yadier Martinez has gone 4 1/3 innings now, 6 hits, 3 earned runs. Struck out 3 batters as well. Moreno chops one foul towards first base. What do you think, Zach? Maple Leafs like what they see from their new import shortstop?
I would say so. Doing everything that they need him to do today.
Takes outside, count now 2-2. And I mean, a lot of confidence from Rob Butler knowing that just the tool set that Rando Moreno has and putting him right in the 3 spot in his first day. Pitch low.
Just seems like a guy that's able to work counts, has a really good approach at the plate. Always just putting up some just good progressions.
The 3-2. Strike 3 called right at the top of the zone. Rando Moreno visibly in displeasure of that call, but he goes down looking and there's 2 away.
First baseman, number 5, Jordan Castaldo.
Well, Jordan Castaldo a couple years ago said that he looks at every at-bat as a battle. Pitcher versus batter, and if you get on base, you win the battle. Doesn't matter how you do it, you win the battle, and well, Jordan Castaldo's won a lot of battles today as he cuts in at the first pitch, strike 1.
To be more frank, he's won every battle today. He's been on base all 4 times, 1 hit, 3 walks. The most impressive one, though, is his first at-bat. He went down 0-2, battled back to a full count, and then worked the walk.
This time he checks his swing, and it's a swing signaled by the third base umpire. Jordan Castaldo started his Intercounty Baseball League career back in 2008 with the Oshawa Dodgers, then debuted for the Maple Leafs in 2010. Was there from 2010 to 2013, and then his long stint with the Bay Cats as he swings and misses, and finally the Kitchener Panthers are able to retire Jordan Castaldo. Yadier Martinez, how about the body of work that he's putting together? 3 consecutive scoreless innings, and he's keeping the Panthers in the lead, 6-5 over Toronto. As we expected, Dustin Richardson back on the mound for the Maple Leafs. And we missed one pitch there. Apologies for that. We were all trying to warm up in the sun. Man, it is chilly.
It is chilly in the shade.
It's really
not nice.
Yeah, it's sunny and it looks beautiful out, but it's quite cold at Christie Pitts today. Nick Kairos at the plate, and he lines one down the line. Fair ball. That one hits the line and rolls towards the corner. Kairos makes the turn, and he'll cruise into second with a ringing double that just stayed inside the chalk line.
It's his first hit of the season. He had 3 straight at-bats where he struck out swinging, so you know that's got to feel good for Kairos.
So Dustin Richardson, who's just trying to hold this game right here, is going to have to keep a runner in scoring position with nobody out at second base. Penalve comes to the plate and fouls the first pitch off. A lot of fastballs as usual for Dustin Richardson. But this is a tough matchup here for Penalve. Lefty v. lefty, and Richardson does have that slider in the arsenal. We saw him use that. Finally threw the slider to on the 5th pitch of the at-bat to get out of the 8th. This one's in the dirt, blocked by Mara, and he throws it to shortstop. Now the throw to third. In time, he got him. You know what? It was unconventional, but it worked out. Justin Mara skips one towards shortstop. Everyone was confused, and eventually they're able to get Kairos. Man, that's a big out.
So the heads-up play of there was Rando Moreno. He didn't cut to the bag. He stayed right behind Kairos, and that's the target that Mara threw to. He threw exactly to Moreno.
Yeah, Moreno did have to kind of pick that ball and make a pretty good play, but
he did not go to second, though. He stayed there right behind him.
Yeah, but a smart play by Justin Mara to read that his shortstop had stopped and he was going the other way. Sometimes you get in the habit of just throwing that ball to second base. And this one's on the ground to look at that. That might have scored the run to put Kitchener up by 2. Instead, it's a base hit by Penalve, and he's on first base with 1 out. That was a tough one for Kairos. You know, he thought he had a read on the ball. There's been quite a few balls that have got away, wild pitches. When Johannes Alvarado was on the mound, he was really putting Justin Mara to work back there, and that one just didn't get as far away as he thought it would.
You got to remember, Justin Mara, one of the best arms in the IBL. He can throw them out with the best of them. And the crazy part is he does it from his knees. He doesn't jump up.
Yeah.
From the knees throw every time, and it's always a bullet.
It's much quicker to get it down to second base, but accuracy that's really impressive. The 0-1. No one misses high. Dustin Richardson trying to hold the Kitchener Panthers right here and give the Leafs a chance in the bottom of the 9th. The 1-1 to the first baseman, Nick Parsons. Outside, and it gets away from Marr. This one goes to the backstop, and this will advance Penalve to second base. So runner back in scoring position for Kitchener, this time with 1 out.
Looked like a fastball that just kind of got left up and out by Richardson. Didn't come down on the pitch.
Yeah, it kind of shows how hard Richardson's throwing, though, right? That one just sailed away from Justin Mara. Once again, misses high.
High and out, so just he's trying to cut back for a little bit extra there, it looks like.
A 3-1 pitch to Parsons. Richardson knows he has to come right back in the zone, and he does, and he found the inside corner. That's a gutsy pitch right there from Dustin Richardson. If you throw it on the outer half, you think Parsons kind of looking for that. That's what he's seen the entire at-bat, and then Richardson crosses him up. It's a good pitch on the inner half. Now a 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it by him with a high fastball.
What a at-bat for Richardson, just to work it beautifully. He was overthrowing 2 pitches back-to-back, and that really put him in the hole 3-1. And then he gritted down, understood, I don't need to zip it. I just got to locate it. And he locates 2 beautiful fastballs, and Parsons isn't able to catch up.
So that brings Junior Ibarra to the plate. He's had a really good day, been really excellent defensively behind the plate. That's always been a thing, but he's also found his way on base as well.
I think that was a slider to start off Ibarra.
Yeah, a rare lefty v righty slider for Dustin Richardson, but he certainly has that in the arsenal. The 0-1. Popped foul. Once again, that fastball from Justin Richardson, when it's on the inner half, it really consumes those right-handed batters. I should mention as well, we were wondering who the ace out of the bullpen was going to be to try and close things down for Kitchener. Looks like Yankiel Morris, one of their imports, is the guy that might come in to try and get the save. 0-2. Just inside. If you're Richardson, what do you do here? Try and go back up and in with the fastball to get Ibarra?
Ibarra is a tough out to get, but he's located a slider alone inside. Would not be surprised to see a high and in fastball.
Well, he went up. That one was over the outer half, and it's fouled off. Kitchener batters have been quite late on the Dustin Richardson fastball. It would be fascinating to see how hard Dustin Richardson is throwing. We know when he was in Major League Baseball, he got into the mid-upper 90s, and he was playing for the Boston Red Sox. You'd think that the velocity has dropped off a bit, but man, it really zips in there. This one's popped up. Richardson is going to allow Justin Mara to make the catch in foul territory, and DR gets out of it. A leadoff double, but that's about it for the Kitchener Panthers. Dustin Richardson gets 4 big outs for the Maple Leafs, and now the question, can they come back in the 9th? Well, it's 6-5 Kitchener in this one. You just saw London and Brantford. They're also playing that game in the bottom of the 9th inning. London tallied a run in the top half, and Brantford in a similar situation to Toronto. That game's 6-5 as well, bottom 9.
London just scored to go up 6-5 in that one in the top half, so it'll be interesting to see if Brantford Red Sox could mount their comeback there.
Pretty good showing on opening day to hang in with a team like London. Marcus Connect leads things off. First pitch, this one's popped up. This is going to be a long run down the line, and it will get out of play, luckily for Marcus Connect.
Looked like just an outside half fastball. And Connect, he was raring for it, waiting for it to come in.
This is his 5th at-bat. He's 1 for 4 today. Knocked in a run last time up. The 0-1, and that one just misses. Getting our first look here at Yankiel Morris, one of the imports out of Cuba for the Kitchener Panthers. And a strike on the outer half to Marcus Connect. The 1-2, just outside. Yankiel Morris also came out of the Cuban National Series. That's where he played last season.
A lot of these pitchers staying away from the Maple Leaf hitters. They understand that there's still a lot of pop in these bats.
This one's hit in the air to center field, gets a rise out of the crowd, but Marcus Connect just missed it. And catch made by Jamie Cabral. One away.
That's the second at-bat we've seen where Connect, he hammers one to center field and he just misses it.
Yeah, he was millimeters away from driving that one out to center. Marcus Connect's got tremendous power. 42 home runs in his inter-county baseball league career. Okay, so here's another guy with good power. It's Jeffrey Mejia, who's going to get his first at-bat for the Toronto Maple Leafs. The 0-1, big swing, and Mejia swings over the top of it. It's 0-2 now.
Mejia, like you said, he has big power.
The 0-2. Mejia, big swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, Jeffrey Mejia came up swing and was trying to tie this game, but goes down on 3 pitches against Morris.
He was revved up for the fastball twice, and then both times it was just a deadly slider off the outside half.
Last chance for the Maple Leafs. This is Mike Cicchetto. Can't help but think about power, just considering the situation. Mike Cicchetto finished off the season as, well, power looked like his thing in that series against the Barrie Bay Cats. Hadn't hit a lot of home runs before that, but you know, Mike Cicchetto can certainly get into one if he finds the pitch he likes. Here's the 0-1. Big swing from Cicchetto. Now it's 0-2.
That's the first fastball we've seen in the last 4 pitches. And Cicchetto, he was revved up for it on the inner half, just couldn't get to it.
Morris looking pretty good for the Panthers. Last strike for the Leafs. Swinging a chopper towards third base. That's a fair ball. Long throw to first. Is that a foul ball? Foul ball, says the umpire at third base. Looked fair visually, but he's got a better read on it down there.
Yeah, he called that immediately and as loud as he humanly could.
Still 0-2. Tough spot here for Cicchetto. Trying to keep the Leafs alive. Bottom 9. The 0-2 for Morris. Just outside. That's a good take from Mike Cicchetto.
Morris, that slider, it's going to play here on the IBL. It has a ton of just lateral movement. We saw Mejia just swinging wildly at 2 of them.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Marquise Morris comes in and gets 3 outs. 1, 2, 3, the Maple Leafs in the bottom of the 9th inning, and it's Kitchener. It was a back and forth game, but they come through with a 6-5 win in this one here this afternoon.
Yeah, the Leafs, they fought, but it was just the 2 innings that Kitchener had of just big offense and big-time hits where they were able to capitalize, take this one 6-5. What a game it was.
Yeah, the Kitchener Panthers had some bright spots. Yadier Martinez really came in and battled without the innings that he was able to put together and hold the Maple Leafs down for 3 consecutive scoreless innings. Maybe we're looking at a different story, and they found out that their closer Morris is looking pretty good as well. On the side of the Toronto Maple Leafs, It's pretty cool seeing Ayami Sato today with the weight of the world on her shoulders. She gets through a couple scoreless innings, faces 6 batters, 6 outs, and gets her first strikeout as well. And that was pretty fun to see today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw something that, you know, we can simply say it. It's the first time we've ever seen it. We've ever gotten a chance to call it here on the mics. But Sato looked really good in her first debut in the IBL. A lot of weak contact, and then that lethal wipeout curveball that got her first strikeout here in the IBL.
Kitchener Panthers take this one 6-5 on opening day in the Intercounty Baseball League over the Toronto Maple Leafs. For myself, Thomas West, as well as Zach Benoit. Thanks for tuning in.